Rahul also told me that he clicked the button, so presumably everything works. And people can enjoy a very nice grasslands while we wait.
Oh, most exciting grasslands. Well, I can see the stream. It's up.
Oh yeah. Just got the ding of the stream being live. Oh yeah. And now I can hear myself. Amazing.
Hello?
Hello. Stream is already up, by the way.
Alright.
Seems like the volume levels are alright.
Great.
Good. Make sure we've saved the campaign. Boot it up.
See, if I open the connect to server screen, does it show all my settings and IPs? It does not. Amazing. All the secrecy. Oh yeah, I have to admit to Discord that I'm a streamer again.
I was just typing that into the lounge.
There we go.
Alright, you can do it, since you have the role to annoy everyone with a ping.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. I meant telling my client not to give me, like,
Oh.
announcements. Okay. What's the word? Alerts.
Setting yourself to do not disturb.
Yeah.
If you have that it has streamer mode activated, so it's not going to be asinine towards you anyway.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's the link, I believe. Let's see, time to grab the IP, my favorite activity of the year.
It's good that you get to do it so often then.
Yeah. Comes up a lot.
Okay, I should manage to tame Discord and copy the IP on the first try.
We were only level 14 for 2 sessions. It's fucking jarring as hell for me.
That's true.
Yeah. Well,
Alright.
I don't know about you, Sheep, but what I would enjoy is, you know, after our characters eventually wake up, we just have some time. Just have some years to, you know, diddle about, get big, and actually get some years of life under our dragons.
It wouldn't be the worst.
Yeah.
slice of life.
Yeah, so some slice of life activity for the dragons. Years, if not decades, can pass for us, not centuries.
Imagine, like, actually being separated for any length of time.
Yeah, like, because, like, it doesn't really count if our characters are fucking just, like, comatose during the entire time. Like, that's not really slice of life.
Yeah.
Character's not living or doing anything.
Oh, shit.
Could you delete the old token for me, please, Manikai? I got everything I need off that. There we go. Set myself to PC, and I'm at... Oh, good. All is as ordained. Great. I can provide a recap as well upon request.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Dreads of the Dragon Coast. Last session, session 56, was perhaps the capstone on all the intensity we've had for the past, like, real life 10 or 11 months, ever since our characters woke up. That was a couple dozen sessions ago. We dispatched the Lord of Winter Vipers, Matt Phone Ren. We also dispatched a messenger group that he sent beforehand. Didn't matter what the message was because they died. The battles took place on top of and within Emisaray Leaderthir's lair. Lord Winterpipers is no more, and with that, the Fairy Lords likely will have forgotten. Perhaps forever, because there's more important things. There is also a purple worm that has currently taken up residence within the Serpent Valley itself, brought by the Lord of Winterpipers to serve as a distraction, but with Amath's death, who knows? It's moved in. That's it.
Yeah, pretty much. So, we're falling asleep soon. And that's all well and good, but on that note, we need to see what's been up with our heroes. Each group has been trying to do something, and we should just do a quick roll to see how that has panned out for them. Valky isn't here today, so someone will. Maybe I'll roll for that group. You know what?
Obviously, you should roll for Jin's group, as it is the most God-favored of the lot.
Let's see here. Jin, you are protecting caravans from Sahagin related to a certain black dragon. Ooh, it's unlike Jin. Well, let's see here.
Even he has a bad day, right?
How difficult is your task? Yeah, it's actually too difficult. No, they don't do well. They cannot protect the caravans. Maybe Jin's heart's not in it. It's really not that glamorous.
Or maybe it is not a task that suits his talent.
Oh, let's see. Oh, okay. No, they try. You know, Jin and his group, Zune, Mika, they try to protect these caravans, but I suppose maybe at some point they're ambushed. Underwater combat does not do well for Jin, nor for the others really. And at the end of the encounter, they look at that and go, "No, fuck this." They drop it. They're not going to do that anymore. They abandoned it with no result. Beaten.
I was sort of hoping they would actually succeed against that stupid black dragon.
No.
You know. All right. Well, Sheep. Why don't you rule for Snoot? I think that's been.
Sure.
Apparently, he's trying to.
Snoot's my baby. 2.
Well, could you give me a D4? 2. Okay. Well, sad for them.
What was Snoot's group doing? I forgot.
He is trying to set up a base of operations in Tessir.
Oh, right. He didn't want to be.
Didn't want to associate with a place that was dragon friendly in any way. But this means that he makes enemies. Maybe they're not too keen on this kobold setting up anything, and he is not allowed to set up his base in Tissir. In fact, they probably consider themselves. Well, they probably kick him out unceremoniously. Honestly, like, get out of here, you weird kobold man. Your quest for dragons will bring ruin upon us as it has to all the other cities that have allowed you to stay. Maybe that's a wise decision. And then let's see.
Hell group.
Hell's champion.
19.
He aces the strange murders. Yes. Very exciting.
Hell's champion.
Things to do.
Yep.
All right.
Hell's champion does a whodunit mystery.
Hmm.
You want a D4?
Yes, please.
1.
1. All right. he does not solve the problem, but in process of pursuing what turns out to be a sort of a cabal, if you will, of intellect devourers from somewhere in the deep, seeking ways to steal and sort of transport human beings down below, because a certain city below the valley is getting hungry for brains that have stopped coming. They in that process kill one of the people they at least believe, or at least have tangential proof was involved. They managed to get some good loot out of it. All right. Well, that was polarizing.
I'm glad even Hell's champions can agree. Fuck intellect devourers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not fun.
Maybe that's the enemy that will make dragons and dragon haters work together.
It's the enemy that ends the war between devils and demons, the enemy that brings peace between dragons.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true.
God. Just imagine the terrible things that would happen if devils and demons stopped fighting each other. So much power to put to other places. Yeah. All right. Well, with that done, we also have a bunch of goals. Now, obviously, we have 3 currently standing. Maybe there's some other ones you want to put on here. If not, we can probably work with these, given that we are.
Can you remind us of the goals?
Yes. Currently, we're looking for an angle of attack against the Aboleth. We're domesticating the Bullets, and we're acquiring Office Derelix's treasure hoard.
I would definitely like to put forward the next step of the silver mine. Or is that like good to go? I guess it's been claimed because the dwarves are there digging and they can probably tell everyone else to fuck off. But
Yeah.
like secure or like conquer? I don't know what's in there, so that would sort of explore.
I guess I would ask that, was the goal actually completed last session, and was that just not, resolved?
I think it was completed insofar that anyone who arrives there will be told that, someone else was there first. So the claim has been expressed.
More so, the dwarves have been asked to go there and clean bones.
Alright, so nominally then we would have had, that stricken off, and then the easy XP for that, and now 4 open goal slots.
Yeah.
So would you say your next step was, Sheep? Securing it, or,
Three open goal slots. We still have acquire Office Derelix's treasure hoard.
Oh, right, yeah.
So we have 3. Yeah, the next goal could be mine silver. Seems like that's kind of what you want to be there for.
So maybe I'm not visualizing things correctly. So the dwarves can enter the mine and travel through it in its entirety without being opposed by things living there?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Definitely not. So I would like that to be possible. Like, mining silver is one thing. I would want to make sure that once Villignev goes to sleep, there isn't some big bad monster that none of his people can deal with.
So perhaps, clear the silver mine of hostiles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you what they find or will find.
All
just
right.
To make it easier for you. The dwarves can go there. They can investigate the mine and sort of make their way clearing passages. It seems like the place has been stuffed full of human bones at some point in the past, distant past. Used as a dumping site, maybe even. The bones seem unceremoniously to just be crammed in every little hole and space there is. Thrown in there in piles and piles. It has a very eerie sort of feel to it, and has many sort of long, winding passages. As they explore it, they begin to feel watched or like they're disturbing something. Obviously, it's a bit of a disturbing place to be. It clearly tells a story of something of the distant past having happened there. They won't be too eager to really go in there, but it seems to be there's nothing living in there. It seems that there's no creature. There's something else going on that they don't want to deal with.
I guess the goal could then be, like, figure out the mystery in the silver mine. Like, I don't even know what's going on. The dwarves can't mine because they're scared, apparently.
Yeah.
That's not really a palpable problem I can deal with. So I need to figure out what's going on first.
Okay. That said, you could make them mine. It seems to not be. It's not a monster. It's not something that has to be killed.
Yeah, I'd still
Think
rather
of it
like to.
like an Egyptian tomb or some such, right?
Yeah, I'd still like rather claim that properly. Well, not claim, but like cleanse, I guess. Forcing miners to mine is one thing, but I'd rather they just agree to do it in the first place.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah.
we can go with cleanse, maybe.
Well, they're gonna get paid with part of the proceedings,
Purify.
obviously.
Clean up. Empty the silver mine.
Yes.
Depending on what you plan to do, obviously.
I mean, I want infinite wealth.
Ah. Well, that's a hard goal.
It's also not a goal because it's got no end. It's a project.
How do you? Is there a word for making something safe? Secure? maybe?
Secure, yeah.
Secure is the word. All right. At this point, that would be a medium goal. Yeah. Might change in the future. Secure the silver mine. All right.
Then we'd have 4 goals on the board.
Yes.
I don't have a gold suggestion. There's nothing I can tie in with a potential interview by the Ogmite. It's gonna fucking it'd be a task unto itself.
Mhm.
And I don't think me like punching Ogmites until they pay me untold wealth before I go to sleep also really counts as a goal. So I got no suggestions.
All right. Then that by itself might be the goals we're going to continue on with.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, sadly Valky is not going to join us today. That would be a convenient little place to talk about our next long sleep. The dragons are beginning to feel it. There probably won't be another rest in them. You know, still doesn't mean they can't do things. And certainly during this next downtime, it'll be long enough that we're going to have each dragon pursue one or maybe more sort of goals of things to accomplish while they're lethargic, or have their people accomplish rather, while they're sort of tired out. Because they can still tell people what to do, and certainly every dragon now has capable people who can do things, affecting the world in many ways. And who knows? Maybe when they wake up, there'll be less trouble if they've cleaned up.
Yes, like that's gonna happen. Imagine our lives becoming easier. What
Recent
blasphemy.
history over the past campaign over all these sessions, the few years it's taken place. So just no, but maybe. Maybe yes.
Well, I mean, a lot of fights have been picked, and many of them have been resolved.
We can have a time of calm between two storms.
The dragons are ready to start the next one.
I don't think that's effort.
I'm pretty sure there's like a queue of storms just waiting for us.
I can drag this on another 2,000 years, my friends.
Well, perhaps then we should go to in-character gameplay.
Sure.
The Grand Fae were defeated. You are wounded, damaged, but victorious. And although there was a giant worm, it doesn't really seem to be coming for anyone. It's sort of just doing its thing, digging around. Maybe that's a problem that can be solved in the future when it's more convenient than right now. I can't say.
Who knows if it'll even be here when we wake up.
I suppose Varstrix will be a little concerned about it and think maybe he should go inspect the damage it's done to the Underdark. Who knows? Maybe he can collapse it and use it to collapse the Underdark onto the...
Right. I like that.
We'll go investigate that.
That's. Can I make that a goal? Domesticate the purple worm to make him a destroyer of the Underdark?
I don't think you'd be domesticating it so much as using it to achieve the ends of just collapsing the Underdark.
The whole thing might be a little too ambitious, but Varstrix will go and investigate.
That seems more fitting than my... Yeah, that seems more fitting than my imagining of him trying to suss out where the hell that Ophisterlix's lair is. Purple worm there.
Yeah, the lair is certainly a tantalizing prize, knowing that the good dragon allegedly looted a black dragon's hoard, along with finding a stash of items and such meant for you all from Yaffle. Certainly might mean that he has a lot if he hasn't spent it frivolously on random stuff.
Yeah, it certainly is a prize. Wouldn't be opposed to going after it.
We do not possess a means of doing so. She,
Yeah.
unless you have a means by which to springboard us into doing so, because the thought of way was to get the location from Tidal Mist.
Yeah, I don't.
But Valky's not here today.
That said, Tidal Mist can point you in the right direction. Varstrix has been keeping him under wraps, and the gnome does not see. Basically, I think Varstrix can acquire what Tidal Mist knows in that regard.
Okay.
If you want to pursue that, that shouldn't be Valky isn't here, so Varstrix will keep that tight-lipped for however long we play for.
Okay.
That would seem strange.
So he'll tell us where we can find it, and then we split the loot times 2 instead of 3. That seems fair. No. He gets his payment for pointing us in the right direction.
Yeah. Essentially, the problem is that the islands move. The floaty islands, they sort of move amongst each other every now and then. It's pretty chaotic over there. The earth moats of Landsmouth. There's no easy way to sort of permanently map them. That said, the gnome has some insights that will help, which essentially are like a math problem that, if solved, can help to calculate in what region the place will be at the moment. Turns out the gnome has pretty much mostly sort of gone there on the back of the dragon, because the place isn't really hospitable. It's certainly not for people visiting. He mostly waited on the outside of the earth moat while Ophisterlix sort of flew inside it. It sounded very like loud, like a lot of crashing and rolling about and sort of tumbling inside the earth moat. I'll say there seem to be wind tunnels going through it. There's also harpies nearby that usually keep an eye out, hoping to loot the lair. He's pretty sure, but so far they have been unsuccessful. The dragon has been quick to dispatch them whenever they've tried. ever a master of aerial combat. Surely if there was a danger, he would just fly away, and then he'd meet up with Toddlemist again. Even the lair Toddlemist only knows that Viserys keeps the secret documents containing his entire elaborate backstory. And probably a lot of money and such, gold, because the dragon certainly always was frivolous in spending and throwing such things around.
That seems more tantalizing than the elaborate backstory, which is probably entirely made up.
I mean, you already have one fake item from him in your treasure hoard. Why not add more?
Yeah. I mean, that fake item has sort of lost its purpose.
Maybe it has at this point.
Yeah, it's certainly not as attractive now that no one's perpetuating the lie.
Well, we should definitely pursue that, but I don't see Veliknev being the one asking either of the other dragons for, help in that regard. So either we conveniently have the same idea at the same time and meet each other on the way there. I wouldn't know how to initiate this adventure.
Oh no! Let's leave this hanging out there then. Veliknev can go there alone then. If he's not gonna initiate, Emissary is gonna fucking play with her bullets and fucking talk with the Ogmites. She'll figure I'm gonna lose around. Give it a few years, it'll still be there.
I mean, Medekai, how would the information that Veristrix has reach Veliknev? Maybe Veristrix contacts both of us at the same time.
I mean, Veristrix would probably say that, he's too busy to go right now. He has to check out this purple worm and what it might be doing to his lair. However, he feels that it would be remiss for him not to give you the opportunity to go and try to retrieve this legendary treasure hoard, should you so desire. This is the information Toddlemist gave him, and there will be a letter probably written by Toddlemist with the math problem and such.
Veliknev's got some smart people. They can figure out the math problem, and then he would not be opposed to going alone.
Whereas Emissary, in her perpetual laziness, is gonna get the letter and go, I mean, he's not gonna be there. Why the fuck should I do it for him? We'll wake up and then we'll all be there.
Yeah.
I'm not getting treasure just for Veristrix.
I can certainly feel the tug on their souls. They're beginning to be drained. So, at the moment they still have some ability to draw upon, even if it doesn't sort of recover much.
Imagine going to sleep for 100 years and then it's just gone. No.
Yeah,
I don't think our characters are going to sleep 100 years. We haven't even been alive 10.
I mean, we don't know. I think what Veliknev will do, however, is he's actually gonna take the Sending Stone with him. And when he's halfway there, inform the fairies that, maybe inform Emmy that he's going there, just so she can't accuse him of being reckless later. That has been an ongoing trend.
How does that stop her?
It doesn't, but it makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, well, Emissary were told that it is going to investigate the lair of Sterling. Surely the Dragon Queen will gain much treasure from this trip.
Damn.
If Emmy now doesn't respond to it, then she's the one being reckless for all of us.
She's caught in a pickle here. Damn. Such a good idea to just like wait until she woke up. Like, then Felignith had to go and do something. Oh man. Like if he goes there and like he's gonna get the treasure, like our relationship's so strained he just might take all the treasure. Or at least cut her out, and that'd be terrible. Oh fuck, that can't happen.
6 tons of gold bars and goes, Emmy, I found 2 gold bars. Gotta share them.
Oh no. Assesses her feelings, you know, how damaged she was by the fight against the Lord of Winter Pipers. Like, nah, I better go. Take off and like the map in mind, fucking head for those stupid floating islands. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a trip. Over the mountains. Over the broken plain and over the land's mouth. Open maw that leads down to some sort of water body down there. All you've really heard about it so far is that if you go down there, there's gases that begin making you seeing things, and you sort of get all turned around and fall in the water and get eaten by tentacle things. The dwarves certainly don't like it. All the words of it. Thunderhome exists sort of to keep that stuff at bay. At least that's sort of their unofficial goal. Official one is treasure and wealth. Unofficial one is get rid of aberrations coming up from the underworld. All right. I mean, I suppose the fairies will inform that Imizure Litrathier, you know, would she have a title at this point? Like,
you know, honestly, the fairies will probably fucking call her like whatever the hell they might want.
Yeah.
Like who knows? It's her like nonsensical, like pretty fucking names. Like she very much is Imizure Litrathier, the Slayer of Ophis. That very much rings with her, but she doesn't have like a, oh mighty queen, mistress, dread dragon of.
They would use like fey things referring to her. What she just did, probably.
The previously rotund.
Like Summershine or something like that.
That's right. How she protected them from the evil like Winter Fae.
Yeah. Is on her way to help and support.
We'll give no response.
And then after a little bit, the music will pick back up.
That's right. By taking the Sending Stone, you've gotten to enjoy.
Palignos' patience is infinite. It's fine.
Sweet, easy listening.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll just play there as he flies along with it. I mean, he'll get to the region first, given that he didn't contact Imizure before. A while after.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will take him a while, though. He'll have to pick maybe a stop to sleep for the night and to move on.
He'll definitely take his time. He intends for Emmy to catch up before he gets there.
Okay. Does he fly over Thunderhome? Or does he sort of move south along the ridge to avoid Thunderhome?
He'd avoid it. He hasn't properly made contact yet. He doesn't want to metaphorically and literally burn any bridges yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. He flies southwards, avoiding the old watchtower that they have said to have reclaimed. I'll just make it visible to you. There you go. So that it's not too far away from the Dragon Fane, really, but what is? Yes, She can fly over the ancient mine instead. And out over the broken plains. I mean, as soon as he gets over the mountaintops, both of you eventually will see this it's a grand sight. At the very, very distant horizon, you can see the tip of a light. That light is the tip of the Wailing Dwarf, a massive, colossally sized statue at the end of the Troll Mountains. And in between you is just this void. It is like standing on top of a massive cliff and looking out over it, because there's like clouds in between. Mist from moving earth motes, all connected to the elemental chaos, thereby leaking sort of chaotic elemental energy into everything. There's probably some here that are on fire. There's some islands that just have water just falling off of them. Some that move in strange windy currents, and others that are full of heavy and powerful metals. All in all, of course, they attract all sorts of creatures, sorts of dangers, and certainly looking down into the deep, deep sort of void below, into the deep of the Underdark, gives sort of even to dragons, a strange feeling that it seems like you could fall here for days before hitting the surface of this distant ocean. Hole's deep enough that sort of sun only reaches down when it's sort of in zenith over the area, and the whole thing is larger than, well, almost larger than the horizon you're used to seeing. I mean, it's hundreds of miles in length and width. Certainly gazing into another world. I don't believe you've seen it before. It's just a humbling sight.
Humbling? That doesn't make sense with the character race I'm playing.
Oh.
Humiliating. Nonsense. I'll take that up a notch. Valignus might be too much of a coward to fly over Thunderhome, but I'm not.
Sure. Thunderhome, looking down at it, if she pays it any mind, appears to be a city built in, or sort of maybe city, built into the side of the stone. Most of it will probably be tunnels and gates and the like, and sticking out from the side of the mountain are a couple of watchtowers, where dwarves in armor are sort of watching out. The thunder banner of Thunderhome can be seen hanging from these towers, but beyond that, the area around it is pretty desolate and just sort of rolling barren hills of the sort of yellowed grass. Clearly, the place was not picked for its nearby sort of outside regions. So you can see a couple of caravans with donkeys moving towards the land's mouth, where allegedly they crashed one of these earth motes at some point. Something they're still in the process of mining and sort of investigating. They seem industrious and don't... I mean, she's obviously noted, and obviously when she flies over, they take precautions, right? They get ready for dragon trouble. You can see people moving about and running about and pointing up and whatnot.
And well, they should care.
Yeah. They seem well fortified, well dug in at this point.
Well, they can have that fucking desolate area. You can keep your hill.
Mm-hmm.
And your donkeys. No, she does not cower. She's never even been over on this side of the Giants Run Mountains before.
Yeah. It's a wide open plain that gives way to this massive pit.
Who'd even want to live here? Ugh.
Used to be a place full of horses, but many of them, exploded or fell. And this whole thing sort of blew up into the air, decimating like most of the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Forcing the Centaur tribes who lived here into the Shining Plains, which then conveniently made too many of them be there, making it a powder keg for the war that ensued.
Yeah, she'd look at this, and she just can't see a reason why you'd put your lair here because of how unstable it is. Like,
oh yes,
what if like the ground gets set off again, and like if your horde's in an island and the island fucking explodes, what the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrifying. Maybe she can't
It
wait
actually
anymore
looks,
here.
we can sort of see, like in the distance, two of these earth motes. Apparently, slowly, like one of them, like scratches, like moving in the opposite direction, like cuts off the tip of a mountain, sitting on another one, like a deep crack as like pieces of it fall down.
Oh no, maybe Valignith had it right. Maybe we can't wait. You give that a few years and his lair might be sunk in the Underdark.
What a terrifying thought that Valignith could have been right.
My
God.
Oh no, maybe haste is required.
A chaotic place here.
Ugh. Disgusting. Finn's all good and reasonable sensibilities. Need some structure, damn it.
There's none. Taraxos would hate it.
Yeah. She's there, man. She was raised by Basarek. She knows he would hate it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Well, I mean, these regions are, give me an Arcana check. It's not
Yeah, I'll
even
do
nature
that.
skill to know about places.
I can do that too.
Chip, you can do it too if you want to, like, have some general. What
Oh, yeah.
can you expect to?
29.
20.
All right. Well, it's really both decent. So these regions, or this one in particular, is very, very connected to the elemental chaos, which is what made it explode initially, apparently. Who knows, maybe someone in the Underdark down there had something very magical that blew up. What's certain now is that this whole place sort of is close to the elemental chaos, which means that occasionally creatures shift over to the various islands. This can include demons, certainly, but also elemental creatures, mephits, or just planar travelers might find themselves in a botched teleportation spell stuck on one of these earth motes. The motes seem to move and sort of reshape every now and then. Mostly they're stable in their elemental connections, or say an earth mote that's basically a floating lake, rush with water running off every side, will mostly stay watery. However, if it moves into a different sort of region, there's a small possibility that suddenly it will shift and explode or collapse or somehow change its elemental manifestation to something else, which of course will have completely devastating effects on whatever is there in it or on it. As such, not a lot of non-flying creatures have taken up to live here. It is said, however, that when this happened, it was also a strong effect of the spell plague, and so within these many strange floating islands are plague-changed creatures, various sorts. Creatures that once were normal, but now shifted and changed and made aberrant by the touch of the spell plague. Allegedly, harpies have taken up to live here from the Troll Mountains. Allegedly, those harpies also shunned the Spellscott harpies and threw them out, who then showed up by you and subsequently got mostly killed.
What a tragedy.
Yes. It is not an uncommon tale. Fortunately, Ovisterelix's lair is at the edge around a larger floating landmass, apparently sort of orbiting it. Mostly. Allegedly, it can be known by its aura of sort of corrosive gas that seems to be emanating from the thing.
Okay, that makes sense. You wouldn't have cared about it. I reckon Valignith would try to track down that place and then land somewhere nearby and actually wait for Emmy. Like, not obviously wait for Emmy, just coincidentally take a bit of a rest here while she arrives, you know?
The area you'll have to surge essentially like a hex. And your two dragons of a certain size, so you will eventually, being in so close proximity, just meet each other there. See each other. You're going to the same place.
Yeah.
Great. She spots that fucking dumb red dragon who never had a stealthy moment or bone in his life. Always like, here I am. Ah, she can't be mad at him. He's done great.
Beyond just the two of you, it's also clear that you have been seen by locals. A couple of harpies, notably not spell scarred, seem to be watching sort of from a nearby earth mote, thinking perhaps they're hidden, though obviously not from your draconic eyes. They don't seem super keen on getting close or engaging with you in any way whatsoever.
She'll pay them little mind. They are inferior creatures, and they would be fools to attempt anything against dragons.
Most certainly.
Other
Yeah.
harpies have attempted such things.
Share that idea. Your two seems they might think the two dragons are about to fight.
Mhm.
Maybe that's what usually happens if two dragons meet.
As tempting as that fight is, it probably won't happen. Though there does confess to a measure of awkwardness despite our recent successes. Not from Mimizure's side. She's Volitive gonna be like, good to see you. Very amiable.
Linov will give a sidelong glance, and then with as much sarcasm in his voice as he can muster say, "Oh, Emmy, what are you doing here? I didn't ask for your help after all. That has usually ended badly in the past, so I didn't."
So, corrosive gas around the area. I don't suppose you took any precautions before flying out here, did you?
Oh, I never take any precautions, which is why you have to rescue me every single time.
I can just leave.
You could, but we want the wealth inside, and as you can see, this place might not last until after our sleep.
Good. Stop being petulant then.
You know what, you're right. You're not worth my anger, so let's tackle this problem, shall we?
Let's.
Perhaps the gas is flammable.
She like looks at the gas. Looks at Volitive and says, I don't have a better idea.
Litma's gonna try to set the gas on fire. Hopefully it won't explode and destroy everything. That
Would be funny
awkward.
if you fucking like bring the lair crashing down.
Maybe you can like burn some of it.
I mean, it is corrosive gas and not inherently, flammable, so that the acid cloud may not respond in any way, shape, or form to the fire.
Maybe. Okay. I think I may have to close my window.
Sweet party happening out there. You could be a part of that.
I'd rather not. Better back close my window.
It's okay, I'm left alone anyway.
It's not like it's 35 degrees in my room and I would like to get some cool air in. No, I don't need that window. Anyways, Manikai, yeah, Veligo's first instinct would be to try to burn things, surprisingly enough. So he's gonna try if that does anything to the, like, poison. No, not poison, I guess acid cloud.
Assuming you're there and, haven't just walked away and muted yourself, Annika.
Oh, I'm here and I've been saying things. Well, it makes total sense. I said another thing I was saying is I was just going to reveal to you a bit more of the layer,
All right.
the map.
Okay.
So let's bring you over here.
Spirit me away, O mighty God.
Oh, I will. Yeah, the environs of this Earth mode, as you have been able to pinpoint it, are very windy. The thing sort of wobbles and blows, and you can hear like a howling sound as it almost breathes or pulses like a heart as powerful winds blow through what seems to be many small passages going through it in many various ways. Beyond that, on top of it, it is covered in what seems to be this sort of heavy flowing gas, not quite liquid, certainly sort of gaseous, but seemingly also a little heavier than air, so it sort of bellows like a smoke or fog, covering most of the thing. One side of the Earth mode is dented downwards, meaning that the poison, or sort of not poison, acid gas, is sort of falling and flowing off in a small waterfall, or acid fall, as it were. Seemingly produced by some elemental connection to likely Earth within this mode. The region seems to be mostly aligned to air. If you look at the map here, what you're seeing is the water far, far below. Essentially, you can't really reach it. If you should fall, you simply fall until you regain your flight and then fly back up. There's no danger of falling in the water or really getting anywhere near it. It is simply too far. Beyond that, there is the Earth mode side. Again, the top is mostly just corrosive gas and several passages going inside the thing. Every now and then, strong blows of wind sort of move through the passages, blowing out puffs of corrosive gas and dust, and every now and then what seems to be a withered bit of feather or harpy or some such from inside. As you breathe fire upon the corrosive stuff, it sort of sizzles and smells bad, but it doesn't seem to be flammable.
Well, disappointing.
I think Imizuri is going to take the time to fly away from like these holes, and I suppose look over like the entire like landmass that this is built into. Like these are obvious passages for them, but it's possible that there might be some other sort of like maneuver that, say, if Ophisterlix were here and if he were to be attacked, I mean, it was really stupid, but he might have like an alternative way. I think she wants to have like a solid look at the landmass.
Yes, that makes sense.
I could give you a perception check. That seems most appropriate.
Yeah, for a general look over.
34.
Oh, damn. Pretty good. Let me just expose a bit more of the surrounding landmass.
I told you to spirit me away, and indeed you have.
Flying around.
Vision blocking.
At things. Wow. So many things to see.
Okay.
Indeed, there seems to be quite a lot of entrances. Beyond that, with that roll, I will simply give you anything that is not. I mean, really anything that is visible.
Uh-huh.
Inside these many tunnels appears to be many metal deposits. It's quite clear this Earth mode is connected to Earth, and certainly is one of those modes that has metals in it. This seems to have been manifested as many sort of tunnels through it, blown by the wind, quite clearly. Connected, or not connected, what do you call it? Perforated, maybe? Anyway, inside each tunnel sticks a innumerable iron rods that seem to be made from simply natural metallic iron. jutting out and sticking out, making it a real hazard and sort of a slow-moving thing. You can sort of move through difficult terrain for any of these tunnels by bending and moving around these iron rods. Looking in, though, he sees like a couple of harpies that seem to have been doing just that when one of the strong wind blows instead sort of pushed them out of one of the tunnels, smacking them into every single one of those iron rods on the way, crushing many bones in their bodies as they impacted each of these. Beyond that, it seems that in this side with the acid fall, there also seems to be a larger cavern from where more gas seems to blow back and forth out of these tunnels outside. With that check, it would likely be in that end that Oversterelix's lair would be. It seems to be something the harpies have tried to avoid, given that they don't like corrosive gas. I don't want to give you more with your check there. Beyond that, it seems like if there was a secret way, and if she was this kind of dragon, it would probably be through acid, right?
Yeah.
Given that his resistance would be to that, it makes sense that he would use that as a natural defense, whether it be inside or outside.
Amy Zure, upon doing an orbit of the island, relate her observations to Valignith and add, then we most likely head through the corrosive gas to acquire the goods within, and trust that they will not corrode when we bring them out.
That seemed to be the best way. I assume whatever he collected would be resistant to this floating acid. Otherwise it would risk getting, well, corroded while he's gone. Or if he ever has to escape through that way, he would rather keep his treasure hoard, whatever he saves, intact, I assume.
She says, Go for it. Go for it, she.
I was just going to ask a question for Malachi. Is it obvious that there's an actual entrance behind the gas that we can see?
Not that you can see. It is not. It's not something you can see through it. It is merely an observation that if there was a place for such a hidden thing, or at least if there was an entrance to the actual lair part, it is probably either in the gas inside or in the gas outside. It just makes sense. We haven't directly seen the gas inside. The many iron rods make it difficult to see far inside without going there.
She gestures with her claw towards this tunnel and says, that seems a great place to head in, unless you think you can find the correct rune or passphrase, a stone, or what have you to open up whatever nook or cranny might be in there behind the gas. But I'm not here for those secrets.
If you think that passage is the most likely way to succeed, then I'm not stopping you.
Oh, you got a 34, which is way above this thing's. When you looked into this outside acid, at least, it was also, tried to peer through it, the wind blowing strongly and such. You noticed that much of the rock underneath was covered in an iridescent sort of slime mold that seemed to sort of move around and jiggle almost with life. A bit of harpy carcass was sort of melted inside of it.
Okay.
So.
Then there seems to be a follow-up skill check there of, God, what the hell is that?
Yeah, that's that kind of check.
Okay, I'll give that for you. Let's see. 21.
It seems to be some sort of oily ooze creature. Not a type that would generally be found here. Most definitely something that has shifted over somehow from the elemental chaos. Probably lives here from whatever tries to go through, or maybe it's being fed, or maybe it eats the elemental energy of the place. Who knows? But the colors, as she looks at them, if she got closer, she's pretty sure they would seem like there's a glistening, and it seems to this ooze would have the effect essentially to draw creatures to it with alluring colors, drawing them into the acid, and then sort of eating them while they're stuck in there, unable to pull themselves away.
Okay. Retrospect, a good idea not to go into that acid. Yeah. Leave that alone. Alright. If Valignith is going to keep being his pouty, passive-aggressive self, then she'll head for this tunnel. Malachi.
All right. Sure. Once you get into it, it is difficult terrain to move.
All right.
Here. Unless you can do a DC 20 acrobatics check, then you can fly freely, dodging through the passages.
Is there a penalty of failing that check?
Yes, you will smash into some of these iron rods, deal you a little bit of damage, and knocking you prone. It also seems like, looking in here, that every so often a very strong wind comes through. It seems to vent these passages, blowing things out or further in along them. Meaning that it could be dangerous, given that, well, if you suddenly get blown and moved a whole bunch, you might smash into more of these rods. Seems to what happened to some of these harpies.
This wind is so powerful that it could dislodge us creatures, us dragons.
Could try.
Okay.
It's an elemental wind. Beyond that, though, you have pretty good eyes to see into this area. So I will give you a bit of a view as you sort of peer inside.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I should remove that block out there. It is so thin that I barely saw it. There we go. As you look inside, you can see what seems indeed to be a hollowing down with some more of this acidic fog in it. The wind that blows through this hole seems to blow anything towards the acid fog. Well, alternating between towards it and through it, and then back out.
Is there any interval to this, or is this so infused by elemental chaos?
There is an interval to it. Chaotic, perhaps. Maybe this interval changes every now and then, but it seems to be in an initiative order. It goes at initiative 10 and alternates.
That is not much time, but, well, we know that at least.
Mm-hmm.
If you sort of, get super close to it, she's willing to be slowed down. Yeah.
Go inside.
She, rotates her, her bulk to, look over at Valignith. Just to check whether you're still good with this.
He's there watching.
Shakes her head. Some things never change. All right. She'll get into the tunnel then.
Mm. Yeah. It seems like it's not too difficult to sort of grip on to it. Certainly there's lots of handholds given these many iron rods here.
All right. Then she'll begin to work her way inside.
Okay. I
You
will
can
add
stop.
initiative
All right.
in order to keep track of it.
Yeah. Oh my.
You get to go first before the wind gets to blow anywhere.
Okay. So, it's difficult terrain for me, and she will not exacerbate that process. Half of 7 is 3. Which takes her here. And then we have another move, which takes her here. And she, rounds, the corner, and then has a solid look, to her left and to her right.
Let's reveal more of this cavern. She has a very good, at least somewhat good view in here. Oh, yes. I will just reveal. It's too difficult. As you can see, out another path further into this acid fog. Seems to be a path rounding there. Seems to be a path there. Let me just add to the initiative so I can keep track of it. And make visible. Imagine this just says wind.
Of course.
It is uneven. So this passage or initiative round is uneven, so this passage doesn't blow yet. She notices wind coming from this passage and this passage, blowing through this area. Quite strongly so, blowing much of the gas away, giving her perhaps a glimpse of the whole room as the gas moved. She's currently not intersecting any lines of that wind.
All right. Seems appropriate here to activate an encounter power, as if we are. Should we treat this as if we're in a combat situation, Manikai? Or
That is a good idea.
okay, go ahead and grab a few temporary hit points then. The minor action is that will not impede
It
her.
is an encounter, even if it isn't, at least at the moment, with any creatures.
Okay. So wind is coming in from like the left.
Here and
blowing
here.
through.
Yes. It seems to
Okay.
be some tunnels are left-right, some tunnels are north-south.
All right. I think with that in mind, then, for observation purposes, she will head, like, with her move action, then convert the standard to a move,
Mhm.
and get to here to have, like, the wall at her back, because she wants to observe the room when the wind blows. That'll be it for the turn.
All right. It is an even turn. Wind blows from down here, blowing all the way through the air and out the other end. She can hear similar wind from behind her, like somewhere in the other tunnels. This tunnel and this tunnel, however, do not blow.
Okay.
She is currently not intersecting this passage. As such, she is not touched by the wind.
You gonna do anything, sheep?
I currently don't see how us both being in there helps us. I suppose Villeneuve could follow, but we might get into each other's ways here. I guess he will enter as well, after the wind is gone.
All right. Well, I'm Missouri.
Okay. I will. So definitely appears to be there's no wall back here. It just like she can't see through like the acidity. I just want to check to confirm.
Yes, there is a dead pocket of gas there.
Okay. I think she'll like shuffle and basically just like adhere herself to like the wall here to the corner. She'll like look at the wall to make sure there's like no terrible like slime thing that's gonna like latch onto her body.
This wall seems fine.
Okay.
Perfect ordinary, untouched by much wind. The gas here is sort of, again, it sort of bellows and moves depending on the wind, but where she is, there's nothing really that seems dangerous for that spot.
All right. Yeah, she'll adhere herself to the wall. She wants to make sure that it is just going to be wind that cycles in and out of here and nothing else. So I'll just go ahead and say that's the end of the turn.
Okay, Bligneth.
Vigne's gonna fly his forward land. But he's gonna start moving forward. Guess this is difficult terrain, so he can get here.
Unless he wants to do an acrobatics check, yes.
No.
All right, the wind blows through these passages, this time moving the other way, blowing further into the area. Some of the fog is like moved around there.
Okay.
And, again, most of the fog moves in those moments, but this pocket here, at least for now, seems to be stationary. Missouri.
Missouri will call out for free. Malignith, there is a pocket of gas that remains stagnant, coming in your right side. As for her, as things have subsided for the time being, she will double move into here to get a peek at what's beyond.
All right. Sees a lot of passages, a lot of wind tunnels, it seems, blowing every which way. A place to certainly easily get lost in, or at least, a difficult place to avoid intersecting wind, I suppose is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Ugh. All right, that's the end of her turn.
Imagine trying to fight the very nimble dragon inside these passages.
Oh, hell no. Yeah, that'd be terrible.
Perhaps this lair was chosen for that very reason. Maybe this encounter would be much more advanced if he was home. All right.
So we assume that his main lair is to the west here.
I presume that the treasure stuff is in this area.
Yeah.
And because this other stuff, nah. I think if he's gonna keep his loot, and his actual prize stuff, it's gonna be around here.
I suspect so as well. So we're just gonna move difficult terrain here. And then he's gonna start dipping into this poison here because he can take it. Surely.
All right.
If he were wearing his armor back then, he would be worried about getting it all sizzled and stuff. But he's not, so that's fine.
All right. Well, actually, I'll have to move you back a little bit.
Okay.
So you moved quite a few spaces as well there. I would have figured the difficult terrain continues in there too.
Oh, I figured it was only the black bits that are
as soon as
difficult
you
terrain.
move here into the fog, you get the effect of it because it doesn't need to be breathed as it sort of sticks to you and begin to sort of coat you in this sort of black liquid, almost as if it touches material. It begins to corrode it, forming this sort of a slime layer on the outside of your body. Very sort of icky and nasty feeling as it begins to eat at your scales. When you first enter the fog, you take 10 points of acid damage and you're slowed.
Oh, slowed. Okay, that's nasty.
Effective immediately, so you would have 2 more movement, essentially.
Okay, and it's just a permanent effect while in the fog?
Yes.
Well, damn.
At the beginning of each turn, you will take the acid damage.
I don't suppose there's a way to...
Still brain in here, if you can see the little iron rods.
Yeah.
You certainly perforate this place too.
Well, he's just gonna keep going. Hopefully he's out of the way of the wind here? Sort of isn't, is he?
Yeah. Well, the wind is intersecting him. He's not in direct path. As such, he will get a saving throw.
Amazing.
To avoid wind.
Sure, straight up saving throw.
Yes. About a 50-50 for most people.
I guess his strength doesn't matter.
He doesn't have time to avoid the effect entirely. Right. Then I will ask you to do an endurance or athletics or acrobatics check.
That'll...
Just stand your ground or dodge whatever happens.
Oh, he's gonna stand his ground with endurance.
Okay.
25.
That is enough to stand his ground as the wind blows him, forcing him only 1 square in its direction. He's moved a square further into the fog. He manages to stand his ground.
Alright, that's fine.
Right. In Missouri.
Okay. I think then I will peer into the tunnels, seeing that I'm right, or that she thinks she's right. I'm gonna go ahead and sort of move here as she goes to adhere herself to the wall again. As a minor action, I will go ahead and utilize a power that I have picked up a retraining because I no longer wanted Psionic Ambush.
Mm-hmm.
It's a daily thing. It's called Mental Triumph. By the power of your mind, you shrug off the most potent physical effects. You cannot be slowed, immobilized, or restrained until the end of the encounter.
Well, that's uniquely useful.
That is going to be the end of my turn.
All right. Malignant, you take 10 points of damage.
Sure. Yeah, I was looking through my powers the other day and was looking for anything that could help with out of combat situations. And found nothing.
Double move you too.
Yeah, move 2. Double move.
Yeah. Sadly, it's difficult terrain, so. Yeah, as your speed is currently 1, a single move would sadly just be 2 spaces, or 1 space.
Yeah, but I can move twice, right?
Yes, to a total of 2 spaces.
Oh, total per turn, okay. Well,
like your speed is 2, but you have in difficult terrain. So each square costs an extra point of movement. So when you double move, you're still only moving 2 squares. Because you're in difficult terrain.
I see. I thought slowed only like maxes your speed at 2. But if it sets it to 2, yeah.
To 2.
Well, that's awkward. I've got no teleportation. Yeah.
No, it seems the fog doesn't continue.
Okay. Well, couple turns until we'll be out of it.
Seems to be mainly deterrent. All right. The blue wafts most of the fog out of this hole, sort of venting it out for a moment before it sort of begins to pour out on what seems to be sort of a porous surface here. Seems to leak it.
Okay.
Maybe blocking that hole with somebody who could then deal with the gas might make it blow some other way, or change the wind patterns anyway.
Yeah. I think that's an opportunity for a more intelligent person, or if we were actually fighting Ophisterelix here. Mm-hmm. Just get a bunch of kobold bodies and plug them.
Misery.
Okay. I think she will go ahead and... Yeah, following after Valignith. That's going to be a move here, and then that will be her double move.
Okay.
Move there.
Take your 10 damage.
Sure. And then move and move.
I see he's like, argh. Luckily he's outside the wind now, so no chance of being blown around.
Can he see inside yet?
Just a second.
What fabulous treasures await?
Well, blows this way. Yes, he can see what appears to be a corrosive-resistant metal door. Been fastened. Oh, that should not be visible.
Oh my! We did it.
My treasure senses allow me to look through the door.
You can imagine that there is a nice room on the inside with treasure, but who knows, right? Who knows if it's a fake door?
No.
Into fake treasure.
Yeah.
Surely.
You have great experience with forcing doors open in your time.
Oh yeah, and over all kinds of game systems.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good way to open doors.
Yep. Guess she needs some intel. She yells into the fog. Is there anything back there? Can I fit back there?
There's a door in front of me. There will not be space for both of us in the safe zone while I open it. However, once it's open, you can follow.
Alright. She says, I'll wait back here then until you open it. And she will shuffle, double move, back here into the corner.
I get a little safe pocket. Sure. Valignith can take his 10 damage, and then he can move out of the fog.
This 10 damage shall not down him. He's gonna move here.
Where's the resist all damage thing now? Damn it!
I'm not even not bloodied yet.
You wouldn't have it anyway because you used it in the fight with MF and Renya.
That is true.
If you need to remember anything about those tokens, I left them on the Dragon Hills map just so we had them in their state. All right, this tunnel blows through, touching no one. Imizure will stay there, I assume? Or
Yeah, she's gonna stay there until she gets a signal from Velignith.
Yes.
Right.
Medor.
Velignith, only in destruction is the treasure revealed.
Yes.
So he will attempt to break open the door.
Nothing sensitive on the other side. All right, yeah. Do me probably an athletics roll, a strength roll.
Sure.
Should break me with attacks, but honestly, might not be the
33.
yes.
Crit that.
Or is laid down on its hinges, and a weird cracking sound as glass being shattered echoes through the room. So let me first describe the room for you, and then we'll get to the cracking. Aha! Look at that. Just imagine having seen that for the first time. Around the room are bookshelves, primarily covering the walls, that don't seem to have been sort of treated well. It seems like this lair isn't too old. Well, certainly probably older than you, but it's not a lair that a dragon is staying in a lot of the time. Overstair Lake has been a dragon on the move, and so his lair here is mostly a formality or a place to keep his cool stuff. You can see a collection of copper-colored pillows, presumably for guests. Beyond that, there is many books and even some supplies in this sort of small hidden cavern. The prominent thing in the room is a large globe upon which many pins with little pieces of text, like pins, but pinning little piece of paper with text to various pieces of the globe of what's currently shown is Faerun. There's a bunch of unexplored bits on it. Currently, it's just Faerun, and certainly most of these pins are localized around the Dragon Coast. Beyond that, it seems like a number of gold coins have been scattered around it, with sort of a layer as if a dragon sleeping very restlessly has sort of rolled around in them after having been curled up around the globe for the most time. The room is lit by a strange sort of shifting light that seems to come from glass orbs that hang in nets and ropes fastened to the ceiling. Inside each of these is sort of a viscous, oily liquid with wiggling, what looks like large tadpoles inside. They sort of let out a scintillating colored light that seems to constantly shift to which color it is. One of these, at least, has been knocked out and broken on the floor by the violent entrance. Perhaps intended as an improvised trap, they also just seem to be a fun way to have a moving nightlight by the Copper Dragon. Might not have been the most responsible person.
All right.
There's two of these up by the door that have been broken. And out of them wiggle things. Hungry for anything orderly. Perhaps for anything. So.
I think are you describing Velignith as orderly?
Well, maybe he is compared to what these things are. So, or maybe they have an ulterior motive with wiggling towards him as they appear on the ground. It is swarms. Each of these orbs have been broken. It appears that there's two more in here, mostly fastened by what seems to be a curtain in the other side of the cavern.
Okay.
And they enter initiative.
They roll too low, they act immediately.
That doesn't make sense, no. They act. As the wind blows again, but none of you are in the lines of wind. Immiserator, you hear the crash of the metal door sort of falling and blown off its hinges, and the crash of metal, and then sort of a weird hiss and slithering of like organic matter rolling around in oil. As, I don't know how we should interpret that sound, but something sort of broke.
Yeah, she calls out, like she assumes she's broken through. Like, is there room for me now?
The only answer she gets is basically Velignith roaring as he gets ready to smash these things.
Right, she's gonna interpret it as a no. She's gonna remain here.
Right. Malignant.
All right. Well,
You're currently not adjacent to these. I'll tell you these are swarms. Being adjacent gives them free attacks.
It's possible, say out of character sheet, they might be affected by the corrosive acid themselves. Of course, you would be too, and so you'd take the damage, but the swarms would probably be hampered by that more. God forbid they might be blown away by the wind as well.
it would take William so long to get back into the path of the wind, and he'd have to get past it. I don't think that it's a good idea. I agree.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's viable.
If it didn't slow you as well, and on top of difficult terrain, yeah.
But if there's one thing I know to be effective against swarms, it's AoE attacks, of which I have many.
Right.
So he's gonna just breathe his small breath, restrained breath. He can choose whether he wants it to be big or not.
Small restrained breath, sure.
Yeah.
Like blowing on a hot coffee or something.
Basically, yeah. On both of these. Well, 38 and 36 was reflex.
Yeah, those are both hits. These things are vulnerable to close and area attacks.
I knew as much.
30 damage instead of... By the way, you can also give me, if you want, an Arcana check to know about these things.
Sure.
If you care.
He does care. He does not care.
They're weird, big, colored tadpole things. They burn, so...
Alright, I've already used a Flame Strike, and... Alright. Then I think he is going to... So that was a minor move, standard action for a Healing Strike to smack number 1 here.
Remember your healing search use from last combat.
That is a good point. I'll have to actually check the video.
I can just go and check your token, if you care.
Right. In the Dragon Hills, because he's got like those saved.
Oh, yeah.
You can scroll that right now. You had 1 healing surge left.
And no action point.
Did we get an action point after that fight?
We would have. The fight with MF Fonerin was the second encounter, so
Yes,
we would have had a
the
milestone.
action point. That's true.
Okay, that's good. Not having
You can do that too. Sorry.
not having another healing surge, assuming I hit this one, is an issue. But I assume a 36 hits.
Which one are you attacking?
The left one.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, Vellington will opt not to spend a healing surge here.
Okay.
He'll do that later.
Yes, this is a melee attack. It seems to only take half damage.
That's fine. So that was a minor move and a standard to smack this guy. And that leaves done.
Okay. The phage swarms will wobble and sort of move, slithering in this sort of thick oil that's now coating the ground and some of him from the acid, and begin to sort of swim and wiggle towards him. They open up their tadpole mouths, and it is a horrid sort of horrid maw of teeth. Beyond that, they seem to swell as they sort of are out here, sucking in air around. So they will use their swelling power to essentially move close to him and then blow out large amounts of thick slime and oil. This is against Fortitude. I'll just roll this one. That probably does not hit.
That does not hit.
And the other one
Also does not hit.
does not hit. Blow out large amounts of filth or slime. Beyond that, you have the risk of being contacting chaos phage, which is a disease type condition.
That doesn't sound nice.
It isn't. All right. The wind blows. No one's in it. Immiserated.
You're muted, Graf?
The wind just blew through here, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then she will spend her turn, double moving to get over here. And that'll be it.
All right. This inner cavern here is not difficult terrain.
Okay. Got it.
Difficult terrain is where there's these rods.
Alright. Then she'll go ahead and move all the way. So here then.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be
Fuck.
the edge.
Yep. Velignith, you start your turn next to these two things, which means that each of them will deal you 7 points of damage in an Aura 1.
Each of them 7 damage.
As they bite and wiggle.
It's acceptable, I guess. Then Velignith will use his power to heal his wounds, which is more effective than doing it any other way. Which is plus 21, plus 27. And he's back at full health. Then he will... I think he will inexorably advance on Swarm 1 here.
Okay.
35 and 31.
Those are both hits.
For 11 and 13, so I guess 5 and 6 damage if you round down.
Yeah. Let's say we'll just add it together and half it. So that will be 12. Right.
Right, and then he's going to action point.
Are you going to be doing any shifting during that inexorable advance? Thought I'd check. Because the effect doesn't have any. If you don't, that's fine. I have a scheme for getting in there.
I think he would. So he's going to shift 1 before each attack to get here.
Yeah. Goal is close. Tantalizingly close.
It is. So close. So I need a point of clarification here. If I originate a blast like so, does he hit himself?
Yes, I suppose he would.
He would. Well, that's awkward. He doesn't want to breathe on himself. But he has to, because... Yeah, he has to. Alright. Because he'll spend an action point, which means he'll have to use his Dragon Breath right away. So this is going to be 3 targets. Does he miss himself? No.
No, he hits himself and he hits them too.
Great. He'll take 15. Actually, no, not 15, 13.
Yeah. What benefit do you get for using an action point, Sheep? For your Paragon Path? Remind me.
It is that I can use a Dragon Breath.
Oh, right. I forgot that you replaced yours with that. Understood.
Yeah. So my idea was to use the extra action from the action point to shift again, so I wouldn't hit myself, but I have to use the Dragon Breath as I use the action point, so I can't use the action to shift before that.
Got it.
But then he is going to attack this Chaos Phage.
Alright.
With this. 40 versus AC.
Certainly hits.
For 27 Radiant.
15. He smashes more of them.
And that's him.
Alright. This thing will just keep doing its thing. It gets to try to recharge. Nope. Well, then it will use its 1,000 Tiny Bites attack.
That does nothing.
Second skill is tough. This one gets to try to recharge. Nope, it'll also use 1,000.
That, however, hits.
Right, 21 damage, and you're exposed to Chaos Phage.
I don't know what that
For you,
means.
dragons are immune to. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
It would be unfortunate if Ophistерлix put enemies in his lair that could end up diseasing him with this.
Yeah.
Though it seems like you've used these as lamplight, if anything.
Yeah.
maybe traps as well. Why not? But no. Essentially, the things seem to look for your human-sized cranium or mouth to get into, but when they go in your mouth, you just crush them. They don't seem to be able to infect you with themselves. All right, the fog is blown through here. In Missouri.
All right, time for my scheme. This is actually going to be the best usage of this. I'm going to start this turn spending my action point immediately, which, as part of my Paragon path, gives me Zephyr action. When I spend an action point taking extra action, I am insubstantial and phasing. I ignore difficult terrain, and I can move through obstacles and other creatures, but I just have to end my movement in unoccupied space.
Mm-hmm.
So, where does, this, count, as far as, an obstacle is concerned? I don't know, I'm phasing, so I'm sort of like a specter or a ghost in that regard. I don't know, though, whether I'm able to, move through, solid walls.
I don't know, but you can probably move through the edge of it. Just
okay.
Fine.
Yeah, we'll do that, then.
Sort of.
Yeah. And obviously, the gas cloud wasn't made for the extent of... Yep. Gas cloud wasn't made with the idea of...
Of someone facing through the wall, no.
Yep. 6. And then we'll go ahead and just truck through the rest of the way. That's going to be a move action for her, and we'll have the action point be spent on another move action.
Mm-hmm.
So that she can take advantage of basically just moving through that to get here, I think. Yeah.
By a bookshelf that seems to contain innumerable volumes of Asterix's long and sordid backstory.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Perhaps 27 books. So very thick ones, too.
She'll have a look later. That's a move action and then another move action through the action point. She's going to use a minor action here to breathe poison over this swarm.
Right.
So that she doesn't harm Valignath, because she doesn't want to have that fucking conversation. 27 versus Reflex.
Strictly hits.
Or poison damage on the swarm.
Oh, by the way, really quickly, I forgot something. Since Valignath took a feat for his breath that gives allies temporary hit points, that means it also only targets enemies, so he can't hit himself.
Okay.
So that's important information. You bring back those hit points. So that was the minor. I have a standard action, and I think the standard action in this particular case is to offer a bit of assist for the time being. We'll convert the standard into a minor and mark that swarm with her Battle Mind's demand.
All right.
That'll be the end of my turn.
Valignath, take your 14 damage from being next to these two.
He will. And then, I mean, it's marked, but he still wants to finish it off.
Absolutely. I just marked it just in case it tries to make an attack roll against you, which is a swarm, so...
He is going to Forge Master's Flame it. 23 versus AC?
23 versus AC misses.
Well, damn. And then he's gonna shift here.
Alright.
Makes sense? Makes sense. Mine action? I don't have any mine action shenanigans.
These will wiggle this way, and then they will try to recharge their ability. Nope. They will do 1,000 tiny bites with a -2 to hit against
No.
a complete miss. Alright, this will wiggle over here. Try to also recharge. Nope. Then we'll bite.
Nope.
The fog is no longer involved in this fight. Missouri.
Okay. I think, looking at this, I think I'm going to use a minor action to activate the Talon Amulet. Up until the end of the encounter, any creature that hits her with a melee attack takes 1d6 damage.
Alright.
Melee attackers take 1d6 damage. She is no longer insubstantial and phasing. a standard action is going to 2 power point Lodestone Lore Swarm 1 away from Valignith, rather than her move to get like a flanking thing. So we'll throw that out. That's going to be a 37 against the Swarm's will.
It hits.
So 14 damage halved to 7. And the entire swarm is lassoed towards her. And knocked prone if it can be.
It can be.
Okay. That takes her down to 7 power points. The move action is irrelevant. It's the end of her turn.
All right. Valignith, you take 7 points of damage. Only one is next to you.
Amazing. And then he's gonna go here and righteously brand this guy. 32
That hits.
for 15, and Emmy gets +3 to melee attack rolls.
Yeah, they appear to almost be dead as they begin to sort of suck in more air, making slime in their mouths. It will become unprone, and then it will attack Imizur. Well, let's see if it recharges. Never know. No. It will try to bite at Imizur.
Okay, that will miss, and it will provoke her immediate reaction to Persistent Harrier attack the swarm. As she temporarily phases in and out of reality to strike at the swarm. That'd be a 25 versus armor class.
Just hits.
Okay, that's 21 damage halved. And she'll teleport to this square adjacent.
It dies, and as it dies, it has a death burst effect.
Great.
So as you smash the last ones, the ones that sucked in air pop, spreading this slime everywhere. So let's see here. This will be against Valignith and Imizur here.
That misses me.
I mean, it's reflex, so it hits.
Take 10 ongoing damage. Save ends. If you're a person, you'd be very sad.
Oh, it's 10 ongoing, right.
Yes, 10 ongoing. You're covered in sort of the slime stuff. This one, just follow to recharge its power. Nope. Then it will bite.
Miss.
All right. Imizur.
Okay. Imizur will move here. I'll move back.
2 other things of these sort of on the side of this door.
All right. She'll move here because it's a 5. Okay, yeah. She'll move there, and then she, as a standard action, will Lodestone Lore to PowerPoint Augment the swarm that is adjacent to Valignith, their melee 5 attack. 29 versus will.
That hits.
Okay. 13 damage halved. It's pulled 4 squares to her, knocked prone, and until the end of my next turn can only move to squares that are adjacent to me. And then as a minor action, she will mark it.
Wiggling tadpoles. You can also do an Arcana check. You've seen them now. You can, if you.
Alright, sure.
Even though Vindicus doesn't. Vindicus, you can take your 10 ongoing.
Alright.
15.
No, she doesn't know what this is.
It's something that will die, just like Ophis Derelict.
Something from the Elemental Chaos.
Right, Valignith will take his 10, and then he will 50-50, I'll go for a save. Because with the errata version of his Paragon Path ability, he could take a minor action to remove the save end effect. But I'm counting on my dice luck, which has always been historically a good idea. I'm not bloodied, what am I doing? He is going to do some Sacred Flame on this guy. Does he get bonuses to range attack while he's prone?
No. You get a -2.
I get a -2. Well, that's awkward.
Yeah, you get a +2 bonus to all defenses against ranged attacks from non-adjacent enemies.
Okay, I'm
So,
gonna put a -2 on this. 19 with reflex.
Misses.
And then he's gonna go like
Lower.
here. Just don't want to be adjacent.
They do what they do. They seem to not have really any sort of intelligence. They try to suck up air, which they do. Then they will spew it, trying to Missouri with it.
They fail.
Absolute failure. All right.
She'll
Missouri.
take 7 damage. All right, that takes her down to 2 temporary hit points. Let's go ahead and No. Here's what we want to do. Let's spend 2 power points to augment a knifing wind attack against the swarm. That's going to be 32 versus armor class
Certainly hits.
for 23 points of damage halved. And the swarm is dazed until the end of my next turn.
Dazed. All right.
She will then use her move action to shift back a space. That'll be the end of my turn.
I was gonna put some more fire on this guy, even though he's no longer prone. Never mind. 29 versus reflex
That hits. Yeah.
for 13, and Emmy can get 8 temp hit points.
Okay.
Yeah, they will wiggle closer.
I lose 7 HP. I go down to 1 temporary hit point. Since the swarm is dazed, she will. I'm at 3 power points. I'll now go down to 2, as I will 1 power point brutal barrage attack at the swarm. I have combat advantage. That's definitely going to be a crit in that. So, okay. Now it's worth noting that I do have a beguiling advantage, so I deal 4 points of extra damage. So that's a 10, a 10, a 10, and so that's 3 10s, which would be half to 5s, and then there's a 10 plus 3d6 on top of that for a 20. So 5, 5, 5, 10.
Which is 25. Yeah, blowing, smashing, squishing the things. There's so many of them. It's ineffective, but with so many attacks, I mean.
And it is knocked prone again, of course. Okay. That was a standard. Minor. No. Move. No, I end my turn.
Alright, Malignant.
Fire seems to be working, so he's gonna do more of that. It's prone again, which is a bit annoying.
The daze is no longer in effect.
Actually, I think it's gonna delay after the Phage Swarm.
Alright. It will move up. Finish to there. And it will try to recharge its bite. It doesn't, so it'll just do that.
It
Which
hits.
crit, actually.
Okay.
25 damage.
All right. 122 plus 1 minus 25. And it will take 5 damage as punishment. The Talon Amulet.
One of them wiggles and dies. The slash. Malignant.
He's gonna Sacred Flame, this time without a penalty. 27.
Hits.
It takes 10, Emmy gets 8 temp hit points.
Yeah.
Missouri.
I go down to 1 temporary hit point.
Yep. The wiggling tadpoles sort of very excitedly.
Yeah, like goblins.
Yeah.
Fucking gross.
Trying to bite. Dig.
Yeah. All right. Keep where I am for the time being. We will do a 1 power point brutal barrage attack against this as well. It might be a swarm, but damn it, if she buffets him enough with her wings, she might be able to accomplish her dreams.
Mhm.
So it'll be a 33, 37, 27, and a 1.
Well, the last one doesn't hit, but the other 3 do.
Yep. That'll be 24 points of damage, which of course is, that. And then it's knocked prone again.
All right, I can tell you, it will stand up and try to recharge. It does recharge, so we'll use its recharged attack.
Yeah, that definitely gets me.
For another 25 damage and 10 ongoing save ends.
Oh, I see. Now you were sandbagging. You pulled out the crit machine again on me, just like last session. I see how it is.
You know, I didn't buy. I mean,
74 HP and ongoing 10. In addition, the ongoing swarm will take 1 damage.
yeah, there's not many of them left at this point.
I think I was gonna use his Divine Fortune on the next attack. So he's gonna get extra +1. Alright, game. Thank you. Thank you very much.
She meant to smite the tadpoles, and I guess she's not into it.
Jeez,
Yeah.
no.
You got a healing word for me over there? Because you haven't used either of those?
I guess. Emmy doesn't really deserve it, but there you go. Getting such +16.
Alright, that's plus 46 for me. 74 plus 46 is 120. I'm at 2 healing surges.
It's like the first time. One of them at least.
Okay, I take 7 damage. I'm at 113. She will use her final, and my ongoing, which puts me at 103. She will use her final power point on another brutal barrage attack for 4 attacks, which will all be hits for another 12 points of damage and knocking the damn thing prone again.
So, I'm pretty sure this entire combat is happening under the soothing music of the
Oh,
Summer
yeah.
Fae.
Yeah, well, it's only gentle whispering, so only you get to hear that.
They might actually quiet down when they hear the fighting going on, you know.
No, they should get louder, provide some battle music.
With the beautiful lights above us as well.
Yeah.
That'll be the end of my turn.
Alright. This thing will move up from the prone position, wiggle, and try to recharge its attack. It doesn't. It'll bite. Not a crit, but a hit.
That'll hit, and it will take 4 points of damage. In
That's
addition,
just to make it explode.
she will
and
also
miss.
use that ability. Okay. Well, it misses anyway. Hooray!
No more of the wiggling things are there. The ones in the lamps up here are very agitated. They want to have fun too, but they don't get to. I think for now we can end this initiative because there's nothing else in this room
Yeah,
immediately.
I think we'll point out like the other globes, just saying, hey, don't smash us, or we get on them.
Alright. I'll take the ongoing 10 one more time. I'm at 93. She looks up on him. And she looks at, like, what's beneath him. Figures that's probably, another way
There's a
into and out of this
curtain,
room.
to a curtain that's laying sort of smacked and ripped apart and burnt over here.
Yeah.
Under the flattening of the metal door. A little bit of fog is drifting in here, but it seems to not be too bad.
She takes the time to have a breather and admire the room.
Yeah. It's quite functional, certainly. I mean, if having people over for reading groups counts as functional. The money there is sparse, certainly less than you might expect laying on the ground. Still, it's a fair sum.
I think we'll start scooping it up. Or at least, putting it all into a neat pile.
Counting. As this is the dragon thing.
The globe, the many little pins are connected with what seems to be yarn in elaborate plot lines of ancient history, which seems, of course, to be the greatest treasure of all, are the stories we made along the way. But beyond that, there's 7,000 gold pieces in the
Alright.
pile around.
See, as the villain is sort of placed with the gold, his eyes do turn to the globe. Are there perhaps any indications on the globe where of the Serelix found like the other dragons that Yaffle experimented with, like the black dragon goop and such?
There might be. There might very well be. The difficulty is, of course, that so many places are marked with crazy notes that don't really make any sense to someone not very well versed in history. That he could spend a long time going to each of these places and sort of looking at them, but certainly it's probably one of them. It doesn't seem like Asterix did a lot without involving it in one of his sort of real sort of world fan fictions.
All right.
Beyond that, of course, there's all his books as well, which might hold some. Though there's fewer books here than you would have thought. I mean, he has like a couple shelves here. You would have thought he had a lot more history books, given that he's somewhat an expert on history.
Well, I guess inevitably, but we'll look around. Probably actually look through the books. There might be useful things in there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, if you want to spend the time just getting a gist of his incredibly long and detailed backstory, you can certainly do that.
I think so. He's not really.
The books are sized for you, even. So.
Oh, how convenient. He's not really interested in like Asterix's actual backstory, but the like coincidental information they might have.
Imizuri is far more interested in looking for things that don't pertain to Asterix's backstory, like other items he may have gotten, like, you know, the Yaffle had left for us. So maybe, like, he's over here, she, like, goes over this way.
Yeah. This bookshelf seems to be of other volumes of books currently seemingly uncategorized or unread. A lot of them have very large sort of leather flappy bookmarks in them, seemingly something he was in the process of reading. Hence why they're out on the shelf. None of the books here, it seems that they're either in the process of being written or in the process of being read on the two shelves. Beyond that, there's boxes over here of what seems to be like hardtack, dried meat, cheese, vegetables, and barrels of both water, wine, and ale, seemingly to feed perhaps himself as a snack, or perhaps visitors who might come, who can sit on the many pillows and have fun. There's a couple more jars of pillows here, and a small box of pipeweed, though nothing to make fire with. Anyway. Beyond that, this over here appears to be a little writing desk, gnome-sized, with a stool under it, presumably for a gnome to sit and write down whatever Asterix thinks. Or maybe he would turn into a gnome and do it himself. As for the backstory, it seems to suggest that Asterix is a time traveler from the future, and that he's looking for his lost rider, who got lost in a time stream, and therefore he has to investigate the past and the future in order to determine where his rider is. It's a very compelling story in that he meets many partners and has many fabulous adventures, all of which, of course, revolve around his goal to re-find this lost time traveler.
So it's utter nonsense. Got it.
You only communicate with him by inserting messages into history books, because he's probably, you're not sure, maybe he's trapped in a library in the future or something, but that seems to be what it says. It is to Relicton's mind, absolute utter fabrication, meant to perhaps glorify the dragon should anyone actually manage to acquire this stuff. It's certainly set out here to be found. Certainly no rare books here, or any sort of the kind of tomes you would expect. This seems to be meant to be found, sort of stuff.
Okay. So no inside check or anything needed to figure out that this is just bullshit.
Oh, no, you know him well enough at this point to be like, nah, he's not a time-traveling dragon with a time-traveling companion who's lost in a future library. That seems far too convenient and insane to be true.
There are no libraries that transcend time.
That said, his books, the books you would expect him to have are certainly unaccounted for. Over here, in Missouri, you can look at these. They seem to mostly be history books, more recent ones that have a lot of notes and sort of scribbles in them, presumably where he could change things or where uncertainties are that he could sort of involve in his grand narrative.
Okay.
While the globe sits sort of in the middle of the room, his thing, he sort of sleeps around. Beautiful old thing. The doors are probably pretty good at stopping the sound, but without them, it certainly is a bit of a howling sort of wind going outside. You can hear the crack as a harpy who might have thought you were dead or something is trying to sneak in and is bashed against the iron rods.
Good work, Harpy.
Yeah, it's a dumb idea to go in there. Most things. He seems to have thought the other ends might have been the right answer, maybe because there's not acid fog. Yeah, why not check there first? Most things think.
Slightly off-topic question. How difficult would these walls be to dig through?
He's like the stone would not be too difficult. However, it's presumably perforated with iron rods, much as the other parts. These tunnels seem to have been partly dug, but also partly created by the wind and the corrosive fog. But Berlingman thinks that he, with reasonable time, could dig holes through this. Just the iron rods would be annoying, as they would sort of intersect any dig he would make.
But what would be reasonable time? Like hours, days?
Well, how far would you want to dig? What's your
Basically from here to here. Like on the right side of the chamber, because
you could probably get that done in a day's time. Not
Right.
too much difficulty, like just being there, digging, gripping.
You know, he's a dragon, he's got patience. He has no interest in going through the acid and wind again.
Yeah.
Well, we don't inherently have to. Like, maybe Zure will look at this other, like, egress. It very much looks like it would be, like, a way out. If she says there would be an alternative passage. Is there a way to, like, move the curtain without, like, upsetting the glass hooks, the
Yes.
glass lines
So
under the top?
that is easy, in fact.
Yeah.
They mostly break if you smash the door down. They seem to indeed be mostly intended as light sources. You can certainly sort of move the curtain and see the metal door behind it. It has like a handle on the inside that can be slit. Presumably, there's a similar thing on the outside, which might be slidable for anyone who has sort of time and patience while being burned by acid to do so.
But it appears to be easily slidable from this side.
Yes, from this side, it's made to be opened, presumably because no one like wanted to protect you from leaving.
As, like, Mizeri goes over this side, she says to Valigneth, like, I'm uncertain of your intent, but we could just leave out this way. We'll be outside the tunnels, outside the wind. There is certainly that bit of corrosive gas, but that would not hinder us unduly much.
I suppose it would not. I would have expected some way to turn off the gas, however. How else did he get Tuttle Mist in here?
Tuttleman did state that he waited outside.
But there's a gnome-sized desk.
Yes, maybe Sterling used it. Maybe he swallowed a gnome. Who knows? We had another thing in here that could transport people.
Looks towards Valigneth. Like, looks at, like, the various items of treasure. Sort of, like rolls her shoulders and says, if you are unwilling, however, I have plenty of time to count coins and assess the value of books. There might be the Ogmites might pay to learn the plans of Ophisterelix.
Certainly. It would stop, things like Soliath happening.
Oh no, like buried within the plans, like, oh Soliath, how they ruined you. Yeah, like Like, so yeah, she's perfectly willing to wait the day as she like combs over like the books or whatever. Just merely like pointing out like this is also like how much of in a hurry are you?
I mean, I'm mostly looking at my health and the fact that the gas slows.
Yeah. And the fact that you don't have a healing surge, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's the reasoning.
And we don't intend to do any more fights at all before we go to the big sleep, so go ahead and take the day. Tunnel.
I think that's what Filling was gonna do.
Just break the poor bookshelf.
You know, put the stuff on it to the side and then just break things. He's good at that.
Kimmy like drags the thing like over here and spends her time. Like you get like the camera shots now and then as like time passes, just like there's like hacking away, and she's like looking through one of the books, shakes her wide head, throws it to the side.
Is the passive perception on your character token correct, Girth?
Yes, it is 25.
Okay. Well, that is just enough, as Amisyr spends a day hanging around, counting coins and studying books. To notice, as she maybe bumps the globe, that it is actually, it moves, revealing underneath it a bit of a sort of just like a black void.
That's eerie. She had thought maybe that it could be concealing something, but she was a little nervous about what other like horrible elemental chaos could come up. She like my way on that.
It seems to be like a void below it.
But it stops, turns around.
Okay. Well, he wouldn't notice yet, except for like probably breaking stone.
Alright. He won't turn around.
Maybe Izure like notices the void beneath globe.
Duck for here.
Sticks her claw into the void.
Sure. It sort of disappears into the blackness. Give me an Arcana check.
Yeah, I'll do that. Do. 26.
Oh my. It appears to be an extra dimensional space. Looking at it, in fact, she sort of, if you could reveal it, she believes she could probably figure out what sort of thing it is if you could see more of it.
Okay.
Doesn't seem very big.
Yeah. Can a globe like be moved like entirely? So that like
yeah,
the entire...
it seems to be movable. It's pretty heavy and like old and fragile, but yeah, it can be moved.
All right, she'll like nudge it out of the way, and then I guess she'll stick her head into the extra dimensional space.
Yeah, looking at it, it looks like it takes up the whole spot under there. Sticking her head into it is an uncomfortable feeling, as going in there, it's black. There's no light, and even the dark vision can't see anything. Beyond that, there's also no air. It's sort of a perfect vacuum. Sort of, like can't breathe, can't anything. She's pretty sure if she fell in there, she couldn't move at all or get out by herself. As she has her head in there for a little bit, she realizes this actually might be a magical item of some sort. It appears to be the edge, sort of as her claws are there, her head inside it, seems to have like almost like a foldable black velvet. Maybe she could just fold this whole thing up and take it with her. She'd a portable hole.
Okay. Yeah. After a few seconds of what the fuck, lifts her head up.
Space. It's very uncomfortable, obviously.
Yeah. She okay. She tries to fold up the thing.
Sure.
Pick it up.
As she moves it, it sort of slides off the ground in a shimmer, and she finds herself holding what seems to be like a black handkerchief.
Okay. For goofiness, she like tries to like open the thing so it's like upside down, so that there's anything in the extra dimensional space, it falls out on the ground.
It appears to have to be placed on a surface.
Damn it, she looks up the ceiling. She doesn't want to go up there. Alright. Yeah, sure. She will relate to Valignith in his work that she found something beneath the globe that she'll take. There might be something else that's within a space that is beyond this space that she can't see right now.
Like full pause in his digging, turning around.
She holds up like the like foldable black velvet handkerchief. It looks comically small and stupid, like in her claw.
As she moved it, there's just like floor under the globe. Otherwise,
That's weird.
Oh. Alright.
Hmm?
Then he'll go back to digging.
She will also, like, as a Valignith is in the process of working, look between like the various like ideas of like how gold division's going to work, and she is going to ensure that per her and Veristrix's discussions, Valignith will have more gold than what either she or Veristrix are going to be getting out of the 7,000.
Yeah.
As a way to assuage that stupid red dragon pride. With dragons being the meticulous coin counters that they are, you'll eventually notice.
yeah, the crashing and breaking. But at this point, Riddick has probably noticed that that like even turning around for a second, that the globe has been moved and like that there's already has the handkerchief. You know.
Yeah, but perhaps he'd notice the difference in piles. If Emmy is basically dividing them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a pretty sizable difference. I see he stops his process, his digging, looking towards Emmy. Very stoic expression, perhaps. Well, not stoic, more like stony. He says, "What exactly is your intention there?"
Looks over at Valignith and unfurls like the handkerchief, like to like put like the void like back on the thing. And then like she takes her entire share and Veristrix's entire share and scoops it into the black hole. Just
It rattles into it.
okay. And once that for her and Veristrix,
Share or Veristrix is just
leaving only Valignith's share.
taking the smile left outside of it.
And then she folds the thing back up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, as it sort of rattled down there, she could hear it hitting other things within.
Yes. Good. That was a test. Looks at Valignith. What?
We roll an insight check. I think that seems appropriate.
Sure.
Do you agree, Grove?
Sure.
I'll give you an Arcana check. Oh my.
Well, Emizure has been affable and genial since his arrival here. You know, despite like Valignith's like obvious like hostility and frustration over like the Ovisterlix thing, she really is treating Valignith as if like any grudges that she's bared against him are gone. And what happened there was a clear division where one gold pile, which is currently remaining here, has more than the other two gold piles, which she's thrown into the portable hole. She doesn't appear to have given you the worst coins of the lot.
Still frowns slightly. He does sort of tilt his head towards the dark void briefly on the floor. As he says, "If it's some kind of container, have you checked whether it contains anything first? Or have you
She says, She says, "It does. I can tell, but I will need to investigate further." She looks up at the ceiling in a more convenient place. Just sticking my head in there reveals nothing but a vacuum into which I cannot see.
Well, you've got time. I'm still digging.
This is not the correct location. It's not a matter of time.
Why not?
She looks up the ceiling and says, "Because I would put the hole up on the ceiling."
You could put it on a wall. It might still fall out.
No.
Pile some crates together for you to reach the ceiling. It's not that high.
She shakes her head and just goes to lay down with a handkerchief.
Mhm. Yeah, it's really the Arcana check has no idea about this thing. Really, except what you can suss out, obviously.
It's not that I hold any grudge against what you did, Emmy, and apparently whatever you did seems to make us even in your mind. It's just that I think that you've shown your true colors. So, how about we figure out what Office Derelict's had here, so I can sleep and rest easily knowing that you've not done another of your schemes where you benefited at my expense.
She snorts and says, "I am informing you that I am currently incapable of discerning the contents of this hole in this location at this time."
Like you've previously informed me that, of course, you would like to help me in my request. Which you've done without having any ulterior motives at all. Yes, I remember that clearly.
She says, "I do not recall giving you such an onerous time when you took the prize from the fire giant and gave it to your goddess."
While at the same time closing every single eye I had, making sure that the rest of it could bypass the rules I've set for the place.
Yes, you sacrificed incredibly valuable treasure without any consideration as to us. Sure, Veristrix appreciated it.
I've been very clear in everything I've done, and I hoped that that feeling would be returned by both of you.
I disagree that you have been clear in all of your actions, but I have not requested that you be obvious in all of your actions.
Your behavior, all it does is foster paranoia between at least the two of us. I don't like it. I wish it was different.
She's really looks baffled, as if what Valignif is suggesting is against the very concept of dragons and draconic nature. Doesn't understand.
We're in a very unique situation, the three of us. Forced together by this... Well, you know what? I don't need to explain that to you. And ever since we left the tomb, our birthplace, our home for our first few years, I tried to make it an advantage. We're forced to work together. So why don't we use that?
We have been using that, for if we had not been working together, we would not have prevailed as we have against all of the challenges we have encountered in our time.
We've used it in the short term, perhaps, when it seemed to benefit all of us, but you don't understand, do you? I suppose you It's just who you are, I suppose. No point trying to change it, nor should I try. You are as you were made, and I suppose that's how it will remain. But the imp goes back to digging.
Perhaps when you transition to the idea of long-term survival for all of us, we can begin this conversation again.
Perhaps long-term survival mostly depends on each other's opinion of the other.
Opinion is irrelevant.
Opinion is everything.
Jesus. I do not have to desire your company in order to wish not to be sent to Asmodeus.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps it's not your opinion that matters. Either way, just as I would rather not have this paranoia between us, neither do I want hostility between us. Therefore, I've chosen the compromise of apathy, I suppose. You do as you do. As far as I'm concerned, this little adventure has been perhaps the last thing we needed to do between each other, as we were all involved here. The sleep will take us soon, and after that, who knows? I certainly have no intention of ever asking you for help again if it always ends up as it did. And no, you need not respond to that if you don't want to.
Oh, with all of us profiting?
In the short term.
What do you mean, the short term? What? Did Basarek, did his imps hit you on the head when I was not paying attention? What do you know of our lives? Perhaps you have slept longer than I. Maybe you are unaware of Ophistheralix's visits to Basarek, or how familiar Tottlemist is with the Bone Devil who seeks to send us to hell directly. Yes, befriend Ophistheralix. But of course, surely that will be grandly advantageous. And how you could delude yourself into believing that I would not take action. We've had that conversation already about Ophistheralix, or so I thought resolved. Why you would think I would not attempt to slay Ophistheralix after everything is irresponsible.
I never assumed that you wouldn't try to slay him. I don't care that you did in fact slay him. I care about the fact that you agreed to assist me in allowing Tottlemist entrance and then did the exact opposite. Whatever came after is perfectly fine. A consequence of that. I care about you saying something to me and then doing something else. But that's behind us. You've not done anything unnatural after all. It's who you are. I accept that.
She says, you should accept greatly profiting from my actions when you would have beggared yourself. You would be a dragon without a horde if it were not for me.
I also accept your ability to twist whatever you've done into the most positive light. You're very skilled at that. And I do mean that. It is a skill.
She shakes her head strongly. There is no need for such manipulation when it is just us two trapped in this little tiny treasury of a dragon who is larger than us. We are stuck together and will continue to be stuck together, for we have made no noticeable attempt to become unstuck. I had hoped to secure access to texts to do research into this ritual And mayhap, once we reawaken, I'll be able to go about the process of that so that we can become unstuck. But regardless of your apathy or your petty, we remain bound. And we will either cope with that and work towards all of the other threats seeking to destroy us, or we will become isolated and separated in hell.
What you say makes sense, obviously. It's mostly what I've said as well. Except I still fail to see how you can be against manipulation, which, by the way, I'm not doing. I don't do that. I simply say things while doing the same thing repeatedly with us, with me at least. I couldn't speak for Vestrix. No matter, I'm tired of talking.
She says, unfortunately, we're going to be stuck with each other until you open the way through the wall. Really, we haven't been bound together so forcibly since we were with Basarek. You know what? I'll read to you. She goes to one of Ophos Sterlix's stupid biographical books about him being a fucking time traveler, and will persist in reading. Wow.
Valigna will stoically continue to dig.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
As if she is needling with every paragraph, this was the dragon that you were building bridges of relationships
In
with.
this volume, he's working with a chosen of Mistra to summon a flying city, where his friend has been and will be in the future and the past.
I think Valigna here would like to think that Emmy might be even more annoyed actually having to read this than he is listening to it.
Oh no, this is patience and deliciousness. She
Right.
knows that she murdered the dragon who wrote this stupid drivel.
It's very detailed, like something a real lore nerd would get into.
There's probably a number of words she doesn't understand.
Yeah. Yeah. Though, maybe some of the magic is made up. Who knows? None of you are arcanists.
That said, she probably only does it for an hour before she falls asleep.
Yeah. All right. I mean, maybe it'd make more sense if you read from the beginning too.
Yeah. It probably doesn't help flipping into chapter 17.
There's the young of Asterix series. A little more comical, a little more funny. How he learned all the amazing skills he has, so the later books can make use of them. Somehow, at least, it seems like he and his companion is involved in absolutely everything that's happened historically, in one way or another. Call it a bit of a Mary Sue self-insert. Eventually, though, Valigna will make it through the stone wall. Breaking, you can imagine there's a bunch of these iron rods in there too. Maybe if he takes a little more time, he can break those as well, sort of ripping them and tearing them out.
Oh yeah, you
There's-
definitely do that. Mostly because he's curious about them.
Yeah, they appear to be sort of a natural metal. They're not entirely straight, but they're sort of long seams almost of raw iron in this very soft, porous rock. The rock for itself might even be able to, air might be able to move partially through it. Not deep, but certainly this porous, light. The iron being the opposite.
Maybe you
Who
might be able
knows
to
the elemental case? I mean, Religus is not really educated in those things.
No, but he does like metal.
But as he's broken away through, he can move out. Fly out if he wants to. Doesn't seem like the slime reaches this far over.
Well, he wants to scoop up his share first. He doesn't really have a bag, but he can probably like put it in the pillowcases or something.
He's a dragon. I'm sure he has ways.
He has
Dragon.
ways, sure.
It's a question that dragons have been asked a lot more than we have.
It would have been funny though if you had tunneled into the fucking corrosive acid still after all
Yeah.
that.
The room.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Getting us into the room doesn't seem impossible, given that the door is broken there. But you'd have to sort of block certain other passages and whatnot. There's a whole puzzle there that no one needs to get into at this point.
Now the harpies, once we leave, can figure out the mystery of what's in here.
Oh yeah.
Hooray!
Here. So it seems like the hole has a near unlimited capacity to just dump stuff in there. Of a certain size, obviously.
She's not gonna go ham with that. She doesn't need the fucking writing desk or all of his personal stories or the barrels of ale. Just like the books he had set aside to like detail like what his plans were, what he was up to. There's the process of like reading or writing, and then gold.
Yeah, you rolled a really good Arcana check before. Not quite enough to sort of get the full story of what this item is, but certainly enough to learn that it is more valuable than 10 times the gold that she found here.
Okay.
Thing is incredibly valuable, really.
Yeah. She'll go ahead and take that portable hole by all means. She figures she'll figure it out. She's got time.
Hmm.
All dragons do.
Oh, fire sticks can help.
Ah. If he wanted to know about this, he should have come.
Mhm.
Basically, like, as we leave, and she basically just like show up at like the cave like doorstep and like throw out like his 2083 like coins in like various denominations. Like, there you go. And then leave.
Yeah.
The cultist is gonna be like, what the?
Yeah. Ah, tribute. Yes, of course.
Yes, of course.
A little bell and then bring it down.
Mm-hmm. As of Lignith and Emizure leader there go their separate ways.
The poor lair of Zerlix feeling really empty without the dragon defending it.
Also weirdly empty considering we took all this stuff.
Yes.
So it certainly would have been a nightmare to fight him here. Oh hell, no. No thanks.
Oh, there's so many other things that he could have done. But that's the thing, right? You didn't fight him here. No, did the Black Dragon that used to be his rival want to fight him here?
Can't blame him.
Yeah, it's really annoying. So yeah, you can leave with the money, leaving pillows and globe and whatnot here. What we gonna do about harpies? Who knows what they're gonna do with it?
Yeah, they're gonna get drunk.
Or be eaten by the iridescent oozes. That sort of.
Yeah, they might play with the light fixtures up there, and
who knows? Maybe a harpy will break one of the light fixtures and let out the chaos phages, and well, the rest is history.
the rest is history.
Or just stay here. Nothing's gonna stop you leaving. Certainly.
No, I think we leave.
You can take your tokens back to the Servant Valley Net if you want.
Yep, I've done that.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's only 2 things I'm interested in pursuing. I don't know what else you want to cover for this session, Sheep. We do, of course, still have plenty of time.
It would have to be something not involving combat, considering Willingness state.
Mm-hmm.
Securing the silver mine is out of the picture. Domesticate the Balets is not something he can even help with if he wanted to. And the Aboleth escapes him.
Right. Are there any like personal affairs or conversations he wants to like resolve with, say, NPCs or things he wants to check on before the lethargy hits?
Nothing
Whether
that
it's
needs to be
like
no-
you know, the lizard folk.
nothing that needs to be done in session. There's some directions he still intends to give, but Menakai is pretty much already aware of them.
Okay.
I think so.
All right. In that case, I suppose a third thing. Whenever I get back to the lair, Imizure is gonna fly up to a spot where there's a ceiling and the fall's not too far, and she goes spread out the portable hole on the ceiling.
Mm-hmm. As all the crap inside the extra-dimensional space will begin rattling out, which is quite a bit of stuff. In fact, more stuff than she's ever really seen altogether, ever.
Really? Oh my!
Pours out. Thousands of gold pieces, copper, silver, platinum, rattling out. All pieces of like bits of artwork, rare books, sort of tumbling about. And a heap of magical items of various sorts that seem to have been not yet traded or sold or whatever by Ophisterolix, though certainly he has done quite a bit of that to gain the favors and influence he has.
You mean?
We can go through it if you want.
Oh yeah,
But there's a lot of stuff.
she basically just like she could not have fathomed the thing was that big. Basically, just like it's just exaggerated.
Of course, is a piece of laminated paper, sort of oil laminated, that reads and seems to fall out first because it's been on top of whatever pile has been here. That says, "Knowledge is the only true treasure. Remember that." Maybe the intention was for him to spend all of it and then leave that as at the bottom of the hole for whatever might try to loot his hoard, but he couldn't spend all of this.
Yeah, I think it's just a shock for her, like as like this is a hoard.
Just in gold, there's 24,000 gold pieces worth of jewels, just art, jewelry, loot of various sorts from many caravans raided by Black Dragon, even like gold piles set off by Yaffle in Nathlan and Thayan coin, on strings, all rattling out on the floor. So we can start with that.
Oh.
And then let me see. There's a whole bunch of magical items.
All right.
Hello?
Yeah, I heard you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Maybe I need to click this button. Hello?
Hi.
Okay, there we go. Good.
Okay.
My headset was turned off.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. And a whole bunch of magic items. Like hell yeah. She's gonna have to contact Veristrix to get his help with those.
Yes, he can identify them. Where sometimes she might be. You can also tell you that this is a level 19 portable hole. It's worth 105,000 pieces. Just by itself from its usefulness. Yes. This is prized possession.
Yeah.
The rare books altogether are worth 5,000 gold pieces. And then you
Okay.
have that's basically his collection. And then you have the 24,000, as I said before, of various gems and treasure.
Okay.
Of magic items, there's a ring that will turn out to be a ring of aquatic ability. Very useful for dragons who do not know how to breathe water, but have enemies who do. Such as, for example, black dragons who can breathe water. Then you can have it. While wearing the ring, you gain a swim speed equal to your speed and can breathe underwater as a property. So that's pretty nice. There is a pair of assassin's slippers. I'll just read up the names, then we can go through them. There's a pair of Shadow Dancer boots, a Shadow Dancer gloves. There is a cold iron longsword. There is a gem of Colloquy, a Charger's headdress, a Thought Stealer weapon, and a white flame armor.
I got almost all of them written down. Hooray!
Yeah. So let's start from the bottom then.
Okay.
I'll snip them out for you.
Delightful.
All right, so White Flame Armor. It is a +3 armor that can be chain, scale, or plate. It has +3, obviously. As a minor action, you can change the type of resistant the armor grants to fire, lightning, or thunder. Base resistance is radiant, so you can of course also change it back. And that lasts at the end of the encounter. The resistance is a property. This item appears to be one of the ones that Yaffle left behind. So I don't know how you tell that, but you can tell that.
Okay.
We remember.
You can suss it out. That's White Flame Armor. Juggle all my windows here. Drop it in there for you. Dragon Coast. White Flame Armor.
Let me go ahead and delete the message telling Valky how much gold he was going to get because it's going to change a bit for.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
That's actually really useful.
Mhm. Then we have the Charger's Headdress, which is also a Yaffle originating magic item. I'll give it the right name here. Doesn't get confusing. It's a head slot item, level 12. Property, you have +1 to hit with charge attacks as a standard action. Daily power. You can make a charge attack, but instead of moving your speed, you teleport the same number of squares.
Huh.
Hmm.
That's pretty neat.
Teleporting charge.
Till Raxos comes out just to grab that and then goes back to the.
Fine. We have another one of Yaffle's left items. The gem here, which is a sort of imagine like an iron stone, but different origin. It is a gem that allows you to speak languages you otherwise wouldn't. The item gives a +3 item bonus to bluff and diplomacy checks, and while using it, it has 2 extra languages that you can speak and write and read and so forth, based on when it was made. This one is set to Infernal and Thayan.
Okay.
A head slot item. You have a cold iron weapon. Weapon type, of course, is not so important because you're dragons. It can function as any weapon type. And has the effect of being a +3 weapon. And, well, it's better against fey creatures. Beyond that, you can also immobilize things with it. And if they're fey, they, of course, have a worse time. Would have been very useful recently.
Yeah. I feel like I could have gotten some use out of that one.
Good idea to have one.
Can't blame him.
You know, he was involved with some stuff.
He did have some good ideas.
See, for the benefit of the video, I'm gonna record part of our Discord here for a second.
I've been taking the opportunity for the stream chat to take the images as they've been shared.
I like doing the images. I think it makes sense, right? It makes it easier to see. There's a pair of Shadow Dancer's gloves, probably something the Black Dragon was keeping. Have a property on them. When you hit an enemy you're hidden from, you deal a d6 extra damage. Pretty standard stuff, really.
Why isn't this working? Oh, because it's behind map tools. That doesn't work. There it is. Alright, YouTube. Pause at any of the items.
They, of course, pair well. The Shattered Dancer's Boots, with a property that gives you +1 to speed while you're wearing light armor. It increases to +2 when you're in dim light or darkness. So can make someone really fast as long as they're lightly armored. Yeah. Maybe not you.
Hit an enemy you're hidden from. Yes. Perfect for Willigan.
Black Dragon had someone else in mind. He could probably tell you about his stuff since he's still around.
Yeah, I'd feel awkward sending him a message. Like I thought about like sending him a message, like telling him that we killed Ophis Derelix, but telling him that I also have all of your stuff. That's awkward.
Stuff now, like yeah, maybe he'll come up and see you wearing them. It's like, oh, well, he's probably not going to say it, you know.
Mhm.
Don't know it, but you have the Assassin Slippers, also from that pile. It's a minor action and counter power. Until the start of your next turn, you flank a target adjacent to you. If any square adjacent to you is opposite an ally.
Okay. Unfortunately, none of us benefit a ton from being adjacent. I guess it's just an encounter power, so it's not like a daily magic item use.
Yeah. Then you, of course, have the Ring of Aquatic Ability, which is one of Ophis Derelix's own items. It's also useful if you want to go swimming.
We do
Yeah.
have two potential enemies that like being underwater.
Okay. Yeah. With that in mind, let's go ahead and factor in new totals. Because everyone's getting another 8,000 gold pieces on top of that. From the jewels, art, gold, various loot items, Naflet and Thayan coin. I think she's got...
So everyone gets something, the kind of thing that they like.
Yeah. So I'll tell Valky. Therastrix has been paid 10,083 gold pieces. The rare books that are worth 5,000, along with like the other books that she took from the lair, I'm not going to spread out because she's got to like liquidate them with like people who care about knowledge.
The mites certainly would be perfect.
Yeah. So she's got to handle that. And she was the one who had the forethought to build that connection. As for the magic items, except for the portable hole, like, yeah, it's basically like, this is what he had. And, I mean, we all expected a dragon bigger than us who had raided Yaffel's stuff to have some cool stuff, so it's just a matter of, like, what each of us is going to want.
The other thing I forgot. What's the other thing I forgot? There's also the spell anchors.
The what now?
Spell anchors. Which is a pair of gloves that allow you to sustain to as a daily power, free action. You can sustain a power that would normally be minor action to sustain.
Okay.
Not overly exciting, perhaps, but you know, it frees up an action, perhaps. There you go.
Okay.
Yes, but that's all there is.
Can you provide the card for the portable hole?
I can. Portable hole. It needs to be put on a flat surface. You can move it unless there are people in it. I suppose there's objects too, but you can ignore that. So you can't like transport people in it, but you can transport stuff in this one. And anyone can pick it up as long as they're next to it. And so it's not like super useful combat because someone might steal it. Here you go. Portable hole.
All right.
That is his hoard.
Okay. We did it, sheep. We struck it rich.
We did.
We were potentially going to leave, but we spent a day with you tunneling, and even without looking for secrets around the globe, we found it. Woo! Passive perception.
A pretty good passive perception.
Yeah. Though, looking at the text for the portable hole, Manukai, it says, with a standard action, any creature adjacent to the portable hole can pick it up, provided there are no creatures or objects inside it.
Yes, as I said, this one you ignore the objects.
Oh, okay. That's really good.
Allows dragons to move stuff around.
So, what we do is, or at least whoever gets to own it, put the entire hoard inside it, fold it up, and then sleep on top of that.
And you fall in. Well, I guess you can
No,
sleep
you-
on top.
Yeah, you fold it up, and then it looks like you're sleeping on nothing, just a piece of cloth. That they can't get to because your fat dragon body's on it.
Yeah, but then think about like every time you want to like sift through your treasure.
That's true, that's a bit annoying.
Roll in it, you know. There
Yeah.
is coins outside just for that like lingering feeling.
Yeah.
He tried to
Yeah.
do exactly that.
You know,
I can't fucking count my coins or see them and get the satisfaction of them if they're folded up in a little handkerchief.
then you just unfold it on the floor and do basically bobbing for apples. Hold your breath, head inside.
Oh.
It's very inconvenient. It's good to transport things, though.
Okay. So that was the first thing that she wanted to do. Second thing that she wanted to do was she wanted to head to Redenseer, by specifically the Temple of Agba there.
Mm-hmm.
She wanted to have a conversation with the various leaders of the Agamites, check to see how things are going there. Now, there's been some time since Ophis Erlix's death. She knows there's also, like, they wanted to interview her at some point, and then she'll peddle, grand, glorious knowledge wares straight from the lair of Ophis Erlix, but don't just include rare books, but also include his plans for how he was attempting to corrupt knowledge.
She's spoiling them.
Mm-hmm.
They honestly can't believe their luck at that point when she delivers them that. The books,
Yeah.
some of them they have, but some of them they don't. It's certainly something they're willing to pay the full worth for.
All right. Cool.
And the notes, somewhat invaluable. Will she ask to sell them, or will she just sort of offer them for?
I don't think it's in a dragon's nature that she could just offer them.
Yeah.
Like, she's done a lot for them, like killing Ophis Erlix.
Yeah.
So,
What would she like?
Yeah.
In return, just money, or?
considering how invaluable they are, what is it? I think she'd put the onus on them. What is it that they could possibly offer her? Particularly in light of everything she's done.
Research, if need be. There's
Okay.
something she's interested in finding out, and she doesn't want to come and sift through books by herself a whole bunch. They could spend some time finding it, summarizing it,
Yeah. You know what? Sure.
It's what they do for kings and such, when
Yeah.
they to ask.
She needs to look into hell contracts.
All right.
The idea of like the bargains and barterings that individuals make involving their souls with devils, and the nature of that, and like the nature of a contract and how that exists and what becomes of it and how it works.
Subtly how it would pertain to her situation.
Yeah, subtly how it pertained to her situation.
They will look into that. It is somewhat of a not easy topic, of course, but in exchange for what she's given them, it will be done. No questions asked.
And as it turns out, she doesn't need that research done immediately. Like
They can't
if
do
they're
it immediately.
if their fucking descendants are the ones who deliver that information to her, fine.
Mm-hmm.
But she'll remember the deal.
It'll get done. They will make a thing that tells her the rules of the Compact Infernal, which is the laws by which devils have to make their contracts and deals.
Like,
They're very orderly creatures, so of course it exists.
okay. And then,
Faye.
like, if they still had a vested interest in, of course, like, of talking to her, then she is in such a great mood after all the recent victories that she would permit this to occur.
They have a great couple of scholars around to record her, basically interviews, and not really record as much as write down or transcribe. Because it's rare you get a dragon's sort of unfiltered, honest opinion on things. For humans to understand the mind of a dragon is not an easy thing. And it'll certainly something to believe will be a fascinating thing for many scholars to read. What a dragon's points of view. So essentially, it's very much like a sort of a, she'll be sit down in a comfortable place. There'll be food and something to drink, and they'll talk to her about her opinions, her feelings about things. What is the value of a human life, or like a mortal life to a dragon such as her? What is the perspective of, and so forth. Probably they will overestimate her age, given her power.
Mm-hmm.
But she probably doesn't correct them.
Yeah. She would also, like, if they want to have, like, the full conversation with the interview, she would actually be in, if they want her to get comfortable, it's going to be her as a dragon instead of her in a human form.
Yeah, that's acceptable to them. They will move things out of the way.
Yeah. As for a general idea of how that interview goes, without going question by question, it probably cleaves in general to the dragon's, like, superior, like, aloof nature of, I'm a dragon, so I've never, like, considered, like, what is the value of an individual human life?
It's just never occurred.
Yeah, like,
Thinking about it, what do you think? I mean,
she's like, how would I measure that? Well, I guess I measure it in how worthwhile and meaningful it is to me.
That's no useful.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing they ask is she try to be honest in her endeavor. They care a lot about the truth here.
She will convey total honesty, except as far as like her direct origin is concerned, because she doesn't want that whole like tie to like Yaffle and Bassarak and
their questions seem to be general, and they seem to also have been read through a couple of times by censors, trying to not be insulting to the dragon that's now in their library.
Okay, good.
Yes, they really don't want to mess this up.
Yeah,
here, and especially now that their like old sage leader got killed, leadership is a little shaky. They sort of vote on things, and no one's really stood forward to become the new sort of main cleric yet. It's a little, it's a little less direct, a little less controlled at the moment, a little more shaky. They'll come after that soon enough. It takes a long time for them to agree on anything. Sort of.
How does Redenseer feel towards them after the recent dragon attack?
They're still kind of cold, really. They seem to believe that by capturing this gnome, the monastery sort of called the dragons down upon the village. Basically, they wouldn't have come if it wasn't for the monastery.
it's the Ogmai's fault that that attack happened.
Yeah, perhaps they're a more tangible force to be angry at than the dragons themselves. Seeing the dragon was more like a force of nature, or like a
You know what? That works for her. You know,
consequence to whatever else has happened.
if they're angry or frustrated at someone who isn't her, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
so they don't think that they could understand the Missouri's mind or any sort of
Yeah.
like normal people. She's a terrifying monster. Like,
Yeah, she'll humor the scholars, and her answers will largely cleave dragon, as the questions they ask will just be like things she's never considered before. Great.
yeah, they hope to publish it as a text on.
It's fine. Just make sure that if they're going to refer to her, like if the name's attached, then they should refer to her as Imisuri Leaderthir, Slayer of Ophisterelix.
Oh yes, of course.
Important.
The footnote that says Ophisteria was a terrible bad dragon who really was a shameful.
Corrupter and perverter of knowledge.
Yeah. And that his name, this should be the only place in history where it should be given any real credence, for he was an unimportant, worthless piece of crap.
All right.
Very mad about it.
That's great.
And of course, it's noted that Missouri Leaderthir keeps them in fights. Two other dragons, Velignith and Virestrix, who also are haters of knowledge and information.
You know, I could see a reality in which this is just like severely tax her patience, but this is like a great way to get fame. Like, yeah, write about me. Awesome. Very much strokes the ego. This will matter. Maybe.
Yes.
She's not a good mood. The only other thing I want to do before the big sleep hits is try and finish befriending and domesticating these bullets that I've lured all the way over to my lair.
All right. How will that be done?
You know what? We discovered that trying to play to the training, the previous domestication by the giants didn't work out too well. But I did get them all the way over to the lair to let Malar's, influence take them. And you made me even mention last session that the bullets were beginning to associate her with free available food.
Yeah.
And I think I really want to lean into that. I don't know how well that I can charm animals, but I know I'm not allowed to reuse skills in this sort of skill challenge thing. But I think she wants to solidify that. Dragon, great available food. That's what it is. Dragon does not try to eat you. Dragon does not pick you up and throw you into the air or harm you. Dragon. And if you do well for dragon, you go here, you sleep here. I think what she wants you to do is, instead of having these panthers or lions or whatever roam around the Shrine of Malar, the predators who live there, the Bloods live there, and she wants them to live there, and they'll be the predators.
Yeah.
Basically just try to woo them. Stay here. This is a great place for you. It's warm, it's comfy, there's plenty of food all around. You'll be treated well.
Oh.
Yeah. She wants to charm them using diplomacy.
All right.
$1d20 plus 18. 34.
I mean, yeah. You only had one ticket left anyway, so most things would have worked out at this point. They're pretty agreeable. Yeah, they will move into the shrine. I mean, they might not exactly obey orders, but they'll eat what's not her, or they can be taught don't eat that. But
yeah, she wants to.
Default mode, and certainly when they're in here, growing more ferocious and sort of ranging wider and faster, and I mean, being infused with the divine power of hunt. They're certainly terrible predators. If there was any civilization around here, they would have a very bad time of it. but so
Yeah.
whatever they can find.
She had thought about how she wanted to like use them in regards to the lair, but she feels that like as they're natural hunters and predators, it makes sense. Like, and all the other predators who would come, to lurk around like the Shrine of Malar, well, now they've got to worry about a pair of new predators.
Yeah, one of them can swallow a panther. Like,
Yeah.
not too much.
And she doesn't want to have them further in the lair because with their voracious appetites, they might make new tunnels and eat things that she doesn't want them to eat. Oh no, if they ate the summer fairy, it'd be terrible.
Summer fairies are fast and small, and they're not big fans of these monsters, but they don't really go to the Shrine of Malar either.
There's a good separation.
Associated with that.
Yeah, delightful. She feels incredibly accomplished. This has been a great run of events for her that have really affirmed her life and her power. And she can actually rest without, like, any sort of grudges or resentment towards any of the dragons, except for Telraxos, I guess, because he's away, or, like, any of the local environs. This whole, like, Curse of Lethargy sucks, but she thinks everything's going to be handled great when she's asleep. She's going to wake up and it'll be better than ever.
All right. All right, then I suppose the next step is to go sleep for a long time.
I think it maybe, yeah.
Yeah, you can divide the items as you want to. Of course, your dragons basically means that the next long rest will take incredibly long. They can still do things though, like they can command their minions. They might feel tired and lethargic. It's hard for them to want to do things. It's hard for them to summon the will to sort of want to go act and do things. But beyond that, this is going to be a long time. And as such, I would like to give you the opportunity to consider what your dragons might want to do in that time. I'm not entirely sure how we will run it yet, but things can be accomplished. The world can be affected. You have people now. You have connections, whether rare rats and Occamites or connections to really all of the Dragon Coast, through Relignith's connections to merchants and cultists and pirates and whatnot. You can accomplish things in the subtle. You can set things up, and I want to give you the opportunity to do that. So think about that at least. Beyond that, we of course will have adventurers trying to raid your lair. Some of them will have this be their chance. Some of them might be getting old because they're human, and at some point you gotta think about that. So we need to get the lairs ready. I know, Gurmith, you've moved very far into the process compared to others. The question is if we can be ready with a lair next week.
My lair could 100% be ready next week. I don't know, so that would give at least Sheep and Valky another week.
Another week,
after. Yeah, because mine is all the design of it, the structure of it's all done. It's just populating it, and I know what encounters are going to be there.
And then.
When we last spoke, Malachi, you said, I asked, when about do you think we need to have the last ready? And you, I think, exactly said, it'll be at least a few weeks. And I suppose 2 weeks is a few. Alright, sure.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know how long things would take.
Exactly. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
There's other things you could have gone to. Yeah. It's a thing. It takes a little time. I'll have to make the tokens. I'll have to make the hero tokens and such. There's also another thing, obviously, and that is that we don't have Jonas here to be a hero. which means for our 3 heroes, we only have 2 players playing the heroes.
Mm-hmm.
We could then either choose to scale things down, which is like we could have 2 heroes, but I think given 4th edition's mechanics, we've seen that before. It gets sort of strange when you get that far down, especially given that they're already unoptimized sort of random people. What I think I might do is maybe ask Tina if she wants to come and stand in for one of them. Maybe my sister could stand in for one of them. Even I could play one of them if need be.
I think those ideas work out. I think reducing the number of adventurers would be really harmful to the parties.
Yeah.
They're gonna have a hard time.
If anything, ideally we'd have 4 adventurers. That's like the standard party composition. But 3 would be acceptable.
Longer, obviously, but yeah.
That is true. That is an issue.
And I kind of like that the heroes are at a disadvantage, because normally, of course, player characters are sort of at an advantage compared to the monsters, right? So these layers are very okay to be sort of lethal because, well,
I gotta step away for a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So that's probably how we'll handle that. Which leads us to who will be raiding Imusure's Hill. Let's see. Looks like that is the team from Hell. Ideally, we would like to divide them up, so people can prepare which character, or think about at least which character they would want to be. But I suppose, given that I don't have their character sheets ready yet, we can talk about that in the Discord when I have them.
Okay.
There's a warlord, a sorcerer, and a barbarian. So leader, striker for that. For Varstrix, there will be wizard, monk, ranger. So that is controller, striker, which is lovely. And for Valignith, there will be Avenger, Bard, Paladin, which is striker, leader, defender.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good, yeah. We'll see how the randomization comes out. There might be lucky synergy, in some way.
Maybe.
Some of these guys might be, I think they'll be level 10 at this point. So some of them like Jin might be just a Paragon character. Because he's exceptional and gets to be a level higher. Some of them will be far lower, obviously, being fakers. I don't think we have a faker left, actually. I think both of them are gone.
Surprisingly enough, they both, didn't do well.
Well, I mean, Gillen lived. He just went off to deal with Jaraxos.
That's true.
We're gone somewhere now. And Faye. Jaraxos took those grudges with him. Yeah. Yeah. What did Grimmett say he had to do?
He just said he had to step away for.
Okay.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing the layers again.
Yeah. Everyone's gonna have a lot more resources, it feels like, just narratively. Before it was sort of what you found, but changed a little bit. Now it's much more sort of what have you built with it, with your resources. I look forward to that. So what I will need from you, like last time, is basically just like a list of the encounters you want in the paths, so that I can set them out and then send them to you.
Sure.
And I'll handle making the tokens and balancing things for the number of heroes and levels that they are. Well, level 10. You can go into however much detail you want with the encounters. You can be like, I want some dwarves here, or you can say, I want a dwarf that's good at this, and I want 3 crossbows up here, and I want this guy down here. If there's too many, of course, some of them will have to be minions or whatnot. But you can add suggestions for what you want.
I want
I'll try to-
36 dwarves in a phalanx formation. This tiny corridor.
Nothing could go wrong with phalanx formations. We've certainly seen those be very effective.
Just a whole bunch of minions in a 3x3 square.
40 hobgoblins out of the original, they all burned. I don't think one of them hit anybody because they just got like, oh, there's 3 of them burn. Or psionic or poison or. Yeah, it's certainly been a thing. Would have been a shame if you'd left without. If you just immediately left, be like, oh hey, there's 7,000 gold, I'm leaving.
No, I intended to look like under the globe before we left.
Okay.
I considered taking the actual globe actually.
His storyboard globe. Is it a trophy or a memory or?
Well, I don't know. Just think it's neat.
Yeah. Well, you can certainly go back for it. It's not like anything would really be there to challenge him.
Oh, that's true.
That's one thing the Harpies are not going to pick up because it's big. They'll take whatever small things they can get to. Try to use them for something.
Let's see. Considering we've got a bit of downtime, like
quite a bit.
I mean, like in this session, so to speak.
Yes, you have a downtime. Technically.
Someone in chat is asking. Now's a good time to ask. What do the dragons think was their greatest challenge so far? It's only me here.
Well, you could answer.
I can answer.
I can tell you if you're right then.
Greatest challenge, as in most difficult encounter, or
Yeah, that's
as
a good
in
question.
the
Is it
thing that-
encounter, or is it the situation or foe? Sort of.
Yeah, because those would be 2 different answers.
I'll give both.
Most difficult encounter, I think, was the first fight against the. Oh, what even was his name? The Winter Fae with the bow.
Mhm.
You know who I mean, right?
Yeah, MF.
Yeah, MF. That was a bitch. That just feels terrible. Like the synergy with the warlocks just slowing us down while he just skirmished about. I remember that being terrible.
The first fight with that thing was not with him. That was with a lesser Fey Huntmaster.
Yeah, I mean the previous fight, not the fight with actual MF.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, they were made to be anti-dragon.
They succeed in that for sure.
Shooting the dragons down, knocking them prone, moving around, having the wind buffet them, stuff like that. But was that difficult, or was it just like hard synergy?
I think it was difficult because of the synergy, and also the resources we, I believe, expended before that even made it a bit harder. I do remember like 2 of us going down. Like it was not a good time.
Yeah.
It was definitely a good challenge, so I enjoyed it. As for, well, greatest challenge as in situation, there've been many situations that felt like we just didn't have the tools to tackle it. Greatest challenge so far is still that fucking Aboleth, because he's underwater and there's nothing we can do about it. We've got that ring now, which is nice, but we'd need 3 of them, and then maybe we can consider doing like something more direct. I guess Emmy is working on that poison or something.
Mm-hmm. So it was shelved for a while now.
Yeah. Maybe that's not greatest challenge because it's not really been doing anything. He gooped up the water in the Underdark and then Velignov left.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it seems the Aboleth, the reach is not as long as you could fear. Mostly, perhaps his strength would have grown had he gotten to work more with his sort of recently met buddy, the Spellscar Kingdom. But that was a hard-rated fight, certainly.
Yeah.
Given all the various enemies that were there.
Yeah, that was definitely a fight, but it felt like in terms of initiative, we had the advantage because we could basically dictate the fight a lot because we could fly and a lot of their stuff couldn't.
Yes.
So we had control over the battlefield, so to speak.
That has often been true. So Flight certainly is one of their. Welcome back. We're just answering some questions from the chat in terms of what has been the greatest challenge so far for the dragon.
Oh.
What do you think has been the greatest challenge so far?
Some problems we've gone looking for, but with this last interval that we've had, the series of, 25, 30 sessions, because it was last year where, around this time where we had our big sleep, there are problems that we did not bring upon ourselves, that we had to contend with, and it just resulted in a lot of combat, particularly here at the end. I think the biggest challenge we've had is just that there's so many people who are haunting and terrorizing us.
The biggest challenge is life.
Yeah, the biggest challenge has been trying to survive. Like some of these combats, yes, we have caused, but like the Lord of Winterpipers thing, for example, that is nothing that any of us asked for, and didn't really have a strong connection to us after Telraxos left the party. So, yeah, like we've had. I think the greatest challenge has just been these harrowing elite tests that have just poured in like a cavalcade.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
I'd probably feel better about it if we were dragons, but we're not dragons. And there absolutely is a difference. We don't have dark vision. All dragons do. We only have low light vision. And we are absolutely slower than all dragons are.
Yeah. Speed is a difference. Well, what do you think was the most challenging encounter?
Gosh, over all the 57 sessions we've had,
Yeah.
it's hard to say because there's actually combats we flat out lost, like the one where we had the hobgoblins that we fought at the river that we had to sacrifice all that kobold group.
True. Yeah.
Like and in regards to like the most harrowing combat that had the most consequences for us immediately, I would say would have been one of the recent ones. The Spellscarred Kingdom one, we put ourselves into a situation where we fought all of that at once during that session. And while escape could have been an option, any of us dropping down to 0 hit points would have resulted in that player character being gone as the Spellscarred Kingdom eats them. And so we have to contend with that. As far as Vokord's concerned, with the Fire Giant, we goaded and upset him to the point where that was going to be a fight to the death, and an attempt to escape that would have just been like running panicked through like the fucking halls of the Dragon Fan because we'd never be able to take flight because of the bird. Amath Fonrin was single combat, and had we not taken the steps that we did, especially with my research and then pulling away those charming things, that would have been a loss, which definitely would have been a campaign loss, just with him alone. And
yeah, even then, like, it was a close thing. We've also had fights with Blood Eagles.
Yes, we did.
which nearly clobbered the hell out of us. There's been a lot of dreadful things. It's difficult for me to say, if only because I'm tipped towards recency bias, but Amath Phonrin, the combat that we had last week, was the one where I was like, yeah, this is the point where I'm accepting genuine campaign loss here. How about you, Sheep?
Yeah, I've answered the question while you were gone, but my answer was the combat that I felt was most challenging in the moment was when we fought that minor satyr like lord with the bow and the warlocks.
Yeah, that was when we were just without Jonas, and we were determining whether that we wanted to keep playing or not.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And the synergy they had to just lock down our movement.
We had to stay on the ground, and then like those stupid curses like gave us some problems.
Yeah.
The most problems we've had, I would say, like our big shows have been like these elite minions who get multiple initiative passes and scoff at status effects.
Yeah, that's solo creatures generally, or elites who are sort of half version of that.
I don't know if I entirely agree with that. Like, Amath was a beast, obviously. He was probably the most difficult single monster we fought. But for example, the Behir, I don't feel like was that terrible, and he was one of those monsters.
What about the Spellscar Kingdom?
Yeah, I've mentioned that in my answer as well. The fight with the Spellscarred Kingdom was difficult, but we had a massive advantage of being able to fly and therefore being able to dictate much of the battlefield. Like, we had the, so to speak, initiative there. It felt as if we had more control than in certain other fights, like for example against the stupid Satyr Lord with his bow and the Warlocks who just killed our movement and controlled us really well.
Yeah. Just to get back to what we were talking about before, Girth, you were okay with us doing your lair next week?
Yeah, I'm perfectly capable of doing so, unless Valky or Sheep. Yeah, unless Valky or Sheep want to run the thing next Friday.
No, I will not be able to get a lair ready for next week.
Good. Then as soon as I get these heroes leveled up to their appropriate levels, I'll put them out there, and then we can see who gets to play who. Like last time, make a little sort of what have they been up to help you portray.
Also have to determine which party is going where. Like, we know that Snoot's going to Valigna Lair, but the other two aren't decided.
At the moment, it was two parties are currently not decided, which is Jin, Mika, and Zune. They are not. They're not like super into any dragon. While the same can be said for Hell, Novakri, and Stasi. They also are not like. They just need to fight a dragon each. For different reasons, obviously. But Jin wants to be a dragon slayer. Durakas, the warlord, wants dragon souls for his masters. Yeah. We could do one for first for Agnith, second for Missouri. We could roll a die if you think that's just fair.
Sure. I mean, I don't care.
All right. Do you want to roll for it and then?
Yeah. Well, you want me to roll a d2?
Flip.
Flip a coin.
Roll that two-sided dice.
2. All right. You get to have Hell.
I think that makes sense. I wounded them.
Yeah.
When they came south of Elm to try and like
Wherever.
put a stop to the were-rats, she personally got involved. Yeah.
Well, it seems like Jin is a bit of a like so far what we've seen from him, he's a bit of a media whore. Sort of, he likes the good publicity, which means he probably doesn't want to deal with the dragon who's really popular.
And Mika and Zune already took a crack at
Yeah,
this particular dragon.
yeah, he did. I heard what happened to the guy who.
Yep. That was the most competent and capable part.
It also makes sense. Novakri here. He's a duplicitous sorcerer, wants draconic power for himself. So maybe he could think that this might be a good idea. So Stasi the Barbarian just wants to hang out with his friends and be cool with them. So he's sort of just going along with it. Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah, I'll say to audience, I'm pretty excited about the idea of a lair moving in. It has been a long time passage in real life before we've gotten back to a point where we've got another Curse of Lethargy, and I've put thought and time with my friend Dan into molding the lair as it is going to look.
Yeah. So far, it certainly looks good. I'll say that much. I look forward to it. Even though these in these lair situations, I turn even more into the sort of GM position of just being the rules judge than otherwise. But you know what? It's also a nice break. God.
Sure.
To get to see it all in working order and just to explore these places.
I told Dan and friends who had peeked in on the broadcasting I'd been doing of late because we streamed us making the maps. I said, it's either going to be a super competent and capable and smart group, or it's going to be Hell's Champions who come in, and I don't know which one I want more to go through these the situations.
Yes.
I'm excited for both.
Both groups have positives and negatives, right? Because neither of them have a defender, which is their sort of problem.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, Jin's group, doesn't have a leader either, which sort of it certainly makes problem. But of course, Mika and Jin are both very competent here, and Zune to some degree too. Well, the other group has a leader and then two strikers. Barbarian is sort of a defending striker, maybe a little bit. At least it's somewhat tough. So they might have the better sort of team synergy, but maybe less competent heroes overall. And Snoot Party, I think, is actually one of the stronger ones because it has that striker, leader, defender synergy.
Well, they better be strong because they'll definitely be facing Boris the Destroyer for round 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something I'm interested in is seeing it's a huge tonal shift from like where Valignif has gone from like the Underdark, the previous lair that he had that was nice and safe, and he had, the Azer that was there, to, I won't say like frantically and like haphazardly like dug out, but this was clearly like not the plan A of let's dig the lair next to the Dragon Vein.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, we're gonna see more of what Malignant actually wants from a lair.
Since he's basically making it himself out of the rock.
Mm-hmm. And Varus-Strix, I suppose we might see an iteration. Because he still lives the same place, uniquely.
It's the only one of us, surprisingly.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think we have a good mix of things. Certainly. Because we've seen some of the hill. We have an idea sort of collectively about what that place is.
I actually don't.
You don't? You weren't there?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay, well.
I mean, I watched it, but I don't remember it as vividly as if I had been there.
Yeah. All right.
I do remember psychedelic gas traps and ghosts.
Ghosts?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure there were ghosts involved.
I remember different things.
Maybe there weren't ghosts involved. Maybe I just had a nightmare.
Yeah. Like ghosts in D&D.
No.
Yeah.
Jonathan thinks you guys are the best role playing group on the internet. This
I
whole how the Hall umbrella
Wow. That's
LLC.
okay. Thank you.
It's a big compliment.
Maybe I'll go read this chat. Sounds like a free affirmation being handed out.
Manikai actually logging onto a chat.
Let's see. We're in Twitch right now. Is that what we're doing?
YouTube.
Oh, Manikai.
YouTube. Okay.
As for feelings about the story thus far, I go with it. I really very much do have the urge of like, I'm done with all these heroin combats. I'm done with being pressured by very big and powerful things. I want to be left alone for a while.
Yeah.
Just so I can be a dragon.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah. I think the part I've enjoyed, paradoxically enjoyed and been frustrated about the most, is the like inter-party relationship. Like in most campaigns, you've got like this group of 3 to 5 friends who would do anything for each other and just go through, adventures. It's like the standard D&D story. This is very different. This is 3 characters who, under normal circumstances, would not want to have anything to do with each other, probably. Forced together, sort of trying to make it work, but with all the tensions along the way.
It sounds like a family.
It. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think someone in chat called it a sitcom earlier, and I don't entirely disagree. But also, how dare you?
I've been in campaigns before, and so have both of you, where the player characters had a compulsion outside to keep them all together. Take, for example, the poorly fated Throne of Night campaign,
Yes,
where we were all drow.
That was very similar.
Mhm.
But I think 2 major differences, at least from my perspective, were we still not only had the outside pressure of having to work together, we also sort of had the motivation of basically perhaps making the family name mean something. That was like a uniting ambition. But the thing that made the most difference for me is back then I played a character I didn't emphasize with, I didn't like, I ended up hating to play, which soured the experience for me a little bit, which in this campaign I have not. So I find the story in this campaign immediately more interesting.
I mean, in a way, from my perspective, it certainly is very different from how I would tell stories in another campaign, right? The story is sort of what emerges from the actions of the dragons in a very much like a sandboxy environment. I try to make the world react to these dragons as they should. I mean, dragons are scary beasts, and everyone has this mythological fear around them. You don't want to deal with them, and if you do, you want to do it either on your knees or with overwhelming force, if you have it. And I very much like the feeling of the dragons interacting with each other. There were sometimes I get a little bit like, what if they don't like each other? Which they're all chromatic, sort of flawed characters.
Yeah.
And then the one thing I always enjoy with games is character interactions, right? I like having NPCs that are interesting and weird and get to interact with these dragons in a meaningful way. It's very different from anything I've done before, probably, which might also be why I enjoy it. I haven't ever had this story.
I think the lack of harmony, the discord, would be apparent regardless of the scale, color, or the type of dragons that we had, just due to the very nature of dragons as it's embedded both within the Dungeons & Dragons setting as well as within like Forgotten Realms. Like dragons, regardless of like their type, are there's lack of societal norms and pressure. There's a built-in arrogance and superiority. There's a conflict over territory. Like metallic dragons in 4th edition aren't inherently good. They're also very much capable of being jerks, of being like brutal and short-tempered, and like completely incapable of understanding the concerns of normal people.
Oh yes.
I think that like our concerns have like the issues with the dragons have played out, but I don't think that would be much different, even if say like we all weren't chromatic dragons, but we had other types of dragons sprinkled in there, or even if we all were metallic dragons, just due to the arrogance of dragons and the desire to be alone.
Yeah.
Like
I
we're forced to
definitely agree.
be together, and dragons aren't.
Individualistic creatures.
Imagine putting together a bronze dragon who thrives on order with a copper dragon. That's just a recipe for disaster right there. Or like a gold dragon with anything.
Yeah.
It's
Or
just
Yeah, I mean,
there
I
would
think
be tension
I
just
agree with
inherently.
this. What I sort of agree with is more about personality of the individual dragons than it's about the general things. Like each dragon is a dragon, which means that they have the desire to be themselves. They don't work well together. That's true.
Yeah, but
I mean,
in addition to that,
Sorry.
there would still be the possibility of conflict just along the axis of order versus chaos.
Mhm. Yeah, of course.
That's an inherent conflict right there. Add in the arrogance of dragons and partially completely opposed like intuitions, like draconic intuitions that is. Then yeah. Like silver dragons are like stereotypically like every paladin stereotype. And if I've read anything about RPG horror stories, it more often involves a paladin than a rogue. So there's a lot of potential for conflict there, even if you play like the good dragons. You didn't see me make air quotes, but I did.
I could hear it.
Our dragons are more functional than what they were, as we bled in from like the start of the campaign and move forward.
Yes.
We have found like greater stability and like the opportunity to work together. Though there is certainly mistrust. Like that is just going to be I don't think that's going to change.
Yeah. I mean, you can even say the goal of the campaign so far is to escape this sort of fatalistic scheme the dragons are in, which forces them to be together. It means that ultimately their fate will be the same, whether they all make it or all don't, at least at the moment. I mean, that's the framework. Yeah.
We
Yeah,
have to
it's
tolerate each other because otherwise our souls will go to hell.
Yeah. So far, a lot of what has happened has been the dragon sort of carving out a bit of the place, this valley, and the sort of the surrounding area, sort of pushing away any other power that has had a claim to it. And at this point, sort of standing unchallenged. Like, there's no one else who's really going to come for this valley at this point. Like, they've established themselves as the de facto and general dominance of this place. Which this bit here was about, right? The Fae can't take it now. They're gone. The giants sent what they had to claim the dam, and they got decimated. They don't have the
Spellscar don't have a say in this anymore.
Cormier tried to encroach on the cities. They're gone. Hell had its schemes, and now the dragon's dead. The Thayan's around, but they're sort of not trying to take the valley from you. They're sort of looking at ruins at the moment. Though, you have an idea that they might be an eventual threat. At the moment, they are perfectly happy just because they don't know that yet, right? They don't have that perspective. Hell, of course, has not been dealt with, but they work in subtler ways than giants, certainly.
It also would be an impossibility at this point in our or lives to just deal with hell.
No, and dealing with all of hell is certainly a cosmic force. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Ultimately, hell's deal is done if they get you or if they get Yaffle. One of them is going there, unless you, of course, ally with Yaffle and try to do something to cheat Asmodeus completely, which she suggested in the little missive to you.
I don't intend to cheat Asmodeus. I intend to destroy Asmodeus. There's a difference.
Now there's ambition. Steal his divine power and give it all to Tiamat. She'll be a double god.
Yeah.
Queen of the 9 hells and dragons.
What a fucking wussy move for a dragon that would be, to take a divine spark from someone and give it to Tiamat. I could have this for myself, or think of how I'll be rewarded.
I mean, yeah, that would be the ideal outcome for sure.
I mean, the reward would be the world that Tiamat would make.
Until she got tired of you.
Well, you know, that'll take a while. Yeah. I mean, that's basically why like for this downtime, it's like I'll ask you what does your characters want to send your people to do? Because no one's going to come kill the were-rats. Like no one's going to come root out Varstrix's guild. Like who is there to do that? No one. They're all dead. They're all on the ground. We're left, and the people who leave this place, they don't. Like most people don't want to deal with dragons, and currently, the dragons are going to lay low for a good long while, and people are going to be fine with that. You know, the dragons took the valley and now they're staying there. That's, let's just not go there. Maybe we can just not have to deal with them. Dark might, surprisingly to me, have been turned completely around on these dragons.
It's surprising to me as well, Menakai.
It was not how I thought things would go with them.
No, I did not either.
I conveyed pretty strongly with the first meeting that they had with the cache of gold and then like the sending stones, how I felt about them, how the character felt about them, and she like put that on pause to have like Valignus plans play out. But when they didn't, and like, okay, now we'll do it your way, then she stepped into full gear. This was her way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's certainly like once Tulraxos sort of left the picture, that was what really opened them up, right? Because they were sort of really, really going against him hard before this.
Yeah. One important question for Long Sleep here is how long is it? Did you say already?
I haven't, and I would say it's going to be 10 years.
10, okay. We're basically doubling in age.
Essentially. You're very strong for your age at the moment. But yeah. And after that, I'll have like a couple of weeks now to think about how we're going to handle things after, because I hear you. And it is about time we move to a longer time scale, perhaps, ideally for some schemes and such that might not involve punching the giants directly in the face, or it might involve that. It seems like that's on the list of things to do. Of course, there will be threats, right? You're dragons and you're a powerful force, and there are things that do not readily take that lying down. But depending on how you deal with them, like for example, Volcourt here could have been avoided by, say, killing one of the black dragons and paying the blood guild of sort of the giants or some such.
Yeah.
A lot of things sort of that are consequences of things that happened are dealt with at this point, right? Which means that you're sort of a little bit of a clean slate going forward to think about how to deal with future situations. And if that leads us to more long-term things that we want to do, then I'm perfectly good with that.
Great.
Yeah.
A longer time scale is going to say afford Valignus the opportunity to meddle in do the meddling that he set up whenever he had the meeting at the Dragon Fane.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have much of the flexibility to do that with the consequences of our actions and then other things.
Mm-hmm.
Also allow Willingham to contact more potential dragon allies that maybe Emmy won't kill.
Well, so long as they don't meet with Besserek.
yes, I'm just kidding.
Meeting with Besserek is pretty much a guaranteed on the no-no list.
You say as Varus Fix is like, yes, no, it's fine, Tuttle Mist. You can go meet with Besserek.
Yeah. Like, she made her attitude clear, like her hostilities and what she wanted to do with Sterlix when we first saw him.
That was certainly a not too veiled threat. Sterlix did not trust these dragons, though he kind of wanted to. Yeah.
You as players, do you want a good ending or a bittersweet one? Dragons are evil after all. I don't have any attachment on that front. I played to discover the story.
Mm-hmm. Wherever it leads.
My dragon is a scoundrel, and whatever ending happens. Never been a dragon before as a player character.
I think it could be phrased in such a way that the kind of ending we as players want only matters so far as to what kind of ending we can actually work towards. We would obviously not be working towards a bittersweet ending, because that would be strange. So if that happens, then that's the game giving us one through luck of dice, or perhaps us overestimating ourselves, and then, that's the story.
Well, I would counter that by actually pulling out Manikai as an example, where he often wants campaigns to end where we did it, we succeeded, but I have changed so much and lost everything. I can never enjoy what I have done.
It's a difference between actor stance and character stance, right? Or like director stance, it's called. Where at one point you act as the character would act, right? Your characters want to succeed, so through role playing them, obviously you take actions that they believe will succeed, right? But at the same time, we're also guiding the story from we all sort of writers, right? In this tale. And so if there's moments you want to have happen that maybe the character doesn't want to have happen, but you think would be interesting, you can work towards those as well. So I suppose the question could be rephrased as, do you try to achieve the goal the character wants to achieve, or do you try to achieve a goal that you think would be narratively interesting?
I guess.
For me, that's inseparable. I wouldn't like spend my time having the character do something that I wasn't interested in pursuing.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly motivate the in-character ambitions by something that I think would be interesting.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. Good thing.
So, to answer the question, do we want a good ending or a bittersweet one? I want one that's satisfying. I don't care why it's satisfying. If we all die in a, failed suicide mission for some reason, then, that could be satisfying. Because then at least we tried.
As a GM, I just want, ideally, a story about dragons, right? Doing things that dragons do, and if those things that they're doing, if telling the giants to go, if telling the giants off in a rude manner is what leads to them getting into a conflict they couldn't handle, that's a very dragon way to do that, right? And then you have a story suddenly of what happens to the dragons. What happens to dragons in D&D is often that they do something arrogant or that in some way gets them in a kind of trouble they can't deal with. And that's usually player characters and heroes in some fashion, right? Pesky hero, so unlikely, but it happens all the time. we see the arrogance of the dragons. So far, they've made it, and there's been chances where I've, as a DM, have gone like, this is rough. And I don't really
Many of
like that
those, I think.
feeling as a DM. I like it when people are just happy and such, but we're also playing a game, and if the dice tell that that's how it's gonna be, I'm not gonna change them or fudge them. I don't know. I'm a simulationist DM, right? I try to make a world that feels as real and has as much integrity as I can give it.
There are, of course, storytelling nuances in the actions that we end up taking, which cause strife among our characters. For example, Vertlith and Missouri, when he like, nah, we know there's another dragon in this valley. Like, we can just pay tribute. We will not pay the giants tribute. We do not answer to these lesser creatures.
I mean, I still stand behind what I said back then.
And now that it all worked out, it was a great choice. In retrospect,
No, wasn't.
maybe not. But it was a dragon choice.
Dragons paying tribute to giants.
Yeah.
Like, even if the whole, like, dragons versus giant stereotypical conflict wasn't, like, consciously aware to Velinith, something told them that should not be. And it was me, the player.
There you go.
There is room, however, where you
Something
tell
within
the
No.
you tell the giants one thing and then do another. You don't have to be honest with the giants.
Yeah. Imagine honesty being a character flaw.
I mean, it very often is, isn't it?
It's true.
Mm-hmm. It is.
You have the guy who will not tell a lie, and people just like go, just say you're not the guy they're looking for.
Happy about this here. It is losing Elm was something it was a reality for me. Eventually, that was going to get burned down. I made something out of that. But Red and Seer, I'm glad with what's happened to that. That's great. Or I should say, the Temple of Agma there at Red and Seer, as opposed to the actual.
It's sort of
Red
what's
and Seer.
important about the place.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you like mead, in which case I guess the mead hall. But
I'm gonna wake up in 10 years, the adventurers, like the townspeople, will just have flipped on the Agmites. They're at war with each other.
yeah, good luck. Townspeople. Your pitchforks and torches are not going to stand up to these Arcane Ballista.
No kid, man.
We have made them target humans. Bad information.
I think even with -2 to those attack rolls, the Ballista would do fine against the humans.
Yeah.
In 10 years, Red and Seer is only inhabited by man-hunting constructs.
It was just a logical,
It's a war gone wrong.
I'm interested in Valignus' current mental attitude of we're working together now, and then we're gonna have the sleep, and then we wake up. It's whenever that is, it's gonna be fucking irrelevant. We'll not do it again.
Well, his take on the situation is just that if neither Veritex nor Emiseray actually say what they're gonna do, you're just unreliable to the point where he can't rely on you. He's still. Well, I don't want to dissect what I'm thinking for him too much, but I don't see that being a problem in him assisting you. It's just he's not gonna request assistance from you, and doesn't expect you to ask him for help either. But should that happen, he's gonna be there.
I see. How much of that is genuine and how much of that's passive aggressive? Like with what happened here involving the go to lair thing. Like, is he just going to couch like requests for help and not actually requesting it?
I mean, Villeneuve hates complicated, and passive aggressive is complicated. He's gonna say it how it is.
He was pretty snippy today.
Yeah. Most of it was genuine. The snippiness was his anger seeping through that he's not gonna... doesn't want to spend on you.
That also wasn't genuine aggressive. That was so much as like a petulant, like snarky, like, oh hey, how about that? Can't believe you're here. Like,
I guess
those weren't word attacks. Like some of that was couched too, and him just fuming.
I guess so. It's perhaps the want to just get violent and angry about it, clashing with the wisdom of just spending it on apathy instead. Well, not spending it. Spending is not the right word, but not wasting the energy and burning bridges that aren't quite completely burned yet. Like, if it comes to proper violent blows, then the three of us have severe problems, Velik included, obviously. As much as his red dragon nature dictates that now he must, solve things with violence, the alternative would be to just not care about it. The only alternative he can make work with him being a red dragon anyways. Passive aggressive doesn't really fit the MO, even if it seems like that. I think he's the kind of character who either cares about something completely and utterly, or forces himself not to care. At least that's sort of what I'm trying to convey. Whether that's successful is another thing. Of course, a character is not necessarily how a player intends to convey him, but what ends up being conveyed, which might not be the same thing. So who knows how he's going to turn out.
Well, he's definitely had his dramatic shift in attitude, and I do believe Tiamat's influence there has helped.
Perhaps, yeah.
I don't think there's a perhaps about that. I think Tiamat saying, you carry my favor and honor. Here you go.
It's certainly given a boost to his ego.
As it should.
Tiamat has certainly also gone from initially being a means to an end. Like, how do you beat hell? Oh, you get other divine influence, so... that whole thing started as a means to an end, became, I think, a little bit more. At this point, it probably just feels right to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, and he believes it's the right choice.
Yeah.
That if he follows Tiamat's philosophy, the world will be the world he wants to be in. Which is a pretty direct faith, right?
Zale, none of us know what the hell has happened with Elm since probably like the session after that bastard got burned. I think I'm the only person who even gave any sort of suggestion saying, like, whereas if you go there and find any more rubies, I give you like a finder's fee for them. But we've not given a damn at all. It could look like anything at this point. Although if it looked relevant, one of my minions probably would have told me.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. The Murder Tree Grove, we've kind of advanced past the point where that would actually bother us. So it's kind of like it doesn't matter. That was like a Paragon thing. Or it was a heroic thing. We're in the middle of Paragon.
Yeah. Yeah, Elm was left unresolved simply due to mechanical reasons. Villeneuve was, I believe, the only one there, and he was not in a position to fight.
Yeah, you had just fought the Beitsu or whatever.
Yeah, he had practically no healing surges, no resources. Had he tried something there, I think he would have just been taken out fairly easily.
And there was no reason to like try and gather all the other dragons, because at the time it was Valignus was like, well, what the fuck happened there with the cultists between those two? And also, I mean, not everyone cared so deeply about Burning Elm.
It was a great opportunity for him, though. It's kind of like one of those turnaround things where some dragons are doing something, and then Valignus was like, "Well, this is my fucking time to burn down Elm." And then, yeah, a little bit in the same reason. At least I saw it, like not as something she necessarily had planned, but like with Emissary's fighting of Hysterelix as more of a sort of the opportunities here. Smith, while the iron's hot, right?
Yeah. It was also, I believe, a situation where I wasn't sure whether Valignus would take the opportunity or not, entirely depending on how much he trusted Emmy in that moment.
I think you rolled a die for it.
I did roll a die, and it ended up, Valignus trusted that Emmy knows what she's doing there, so he'll take the opportunity that obviously grants him.
I mean, if we were to have had the fucking assault on Elm with all of those defenders that got lured out of Elm, would have been a much different situation.
Heroes are troublesome. I mean, you saw some fighting, not against you. Hysterelix had to deal with some.
We did fight some of those adventures.
We did.
Verishix and Valignus did.
And it was so beautiful to have stalemated the Spellscar cultists and Elm, where both sides were wiped out. It was glorious.
Yeah, pretty much to the man almost.
Couldn't have asked for anything better. See, based off all of that, why wouldn't my character be supremely confident in her planning abilities? Look at all these glorious opportunities I keep getting from characters.
I mean, Emmy's plans so far have been incredibly solid and have usually worked out for her. It's just that had she told Valignus what she was planning exactly, they would have still worked out, except Valignus would have been in the know, which would have made them all okay.
Yeah, that would have required them to have a good relationship, which they don't. So she doesn't have a grudge against him anymore.
Vicious cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a long line of resentment and frustration and teeth gnashing over that.
And all because of those eggs.
No. She definitely got greenlit to pursue her plan after the first plan, after Valignus' plan with Hysterelix and Redenseer didn't work out.
What do you mean it didn't work out? It would have totally worked out had Totalmus gotten to the library. That was the entire plan.
No, the first plan was you guys attacking that settlement. That was the first session I missed.
Oh, yeah. And the good plan
Yeah.
B was to instigate Emmy as the protector.
No, it was the conversation between Emmy and Valignus, where Valignus was like, okay, fine, we'll do it. Like, we should do it your way. And Emmy's like, yeah, we will do it my way. And her way was definitely not installing Totalmus into Temple of Agba. Because she hated Hysterelix. And I don't think I ever disguised my hatred of Hysterelix at any point in this campaign. Except with Hysterelix himself.
She could have just said, hey, gonna lure Totalmus into a trap, gonna use him to lure Hysterelix in a trap, and then we loot his hoard. I would have been like, yeah, sure, let's do that.
No, then the slingshot comes of rescuing Totalmus, which, worked out beautifully. Beresrix got Totalmus, and it exposed Hysterelix to being there in Redenseer for a combat. She wanted to kill him, and she knew that she needed to help. This is a bigger dragon. Huh?
No, I mean, it would have still worked out that way. Just had she said, okay, I won't help Totalmus, in fact, I'll get him trapped because so and so, I think it would have still been fine with it.
Yeah, she doesn't believe. She wouldn't believe that though.
Yeah,
based on her
that's
prior
that-
experience with Valig.
that is the issue. That is the issue. Well, it's not an issue. It's how it went down. I don't.
No, it
Want,
went down.
I don't want to frame it as something I'm not okay with, because I am.
And yeah, as you said, a vicious cycle of. But the things go is that these dragons might end up living decades, centuries, and so there's plenty of time for other slights to accumulate, other affronts to arrogance. I was amused by Valignus being like, "What the hell are you doing?" when she shuffled money around to make Valignus share picker.
I mean, he has to assume that Emmy is planning something, because historically that's been true.
And the plan was following up on the letter that she wrote to Veristrix, like, we're just going to sue this pride because he's a red dragon. We're just going to have him get a larger share of the gold.
I think all it really accomplished was make him suspicious.
Yeah, well, that's her flaw for thinking in that one instant that Valigna would just take the money. Dragon questioning the accumulation of wealth.
Dragon questioning a green dragon who historically has gotten a lot of progress through deceit, aimed including at Valignif, dividing money unevenly. I think my reason for suspicion there is valid.
Yeah, but the dividing of money unevenly was in Valignus' favor.
That made it even more suspicious.
It was acknowledging the superiority of the red dragon, and that's a way of apology. Dragon apologizing by voluntarily surrendering wealth. And really, the trust should be rebuilt after Imizure informs Valignith of all these magic items.
I did note that down. I was offering you as basic. I, as a player, was offering Emmy the opportunity to hide things there, but I did note down that she did not.
No, only thing she basically kept there under wraps was the rare books, but the magic items and shit. No, that was a collective thing. That's important. The way she sees it, collectively, each dragon was responsible for isolating and putting Ophis in that position.
Yeah, regarding the magic items, by the way, I am very interested in that ring. Because it would allow Valignus to go beat up black dragons, which I have an odd inclination to do.
I understand that. I do have more water in my lair than anyone else is going to have, I think. But I think that could be fitting. But of course, there also is the idea of what is waiting down there in the Underdark. Should that end up being a concern or potential? Because, we talked a lot about that Aboleth back when that was a problem for us.
Yeah.
And that gives you swim speed and you can breathe underwater.
Yeah. Against the Aboleth, I think it would be useful for all of us. It's a good argument that you have the most water. Valignus' Fane has the aqueduct to keep the plants going, but that's about it. Although maybe he'll get a lake installed.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue about that sort of thing too much. And in general, I'm not going to argue about these magic items as whole, because I'm keeping that portable whole.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
All the other stuff, I'm like, I can figure it out.
I think you, as well as Emmy as a character, are uniquely qualified to come up with shenanigans involving that thing.
Well, hopefully there'll be good shenanigans, because I tell you what, I had a few nightmares after last week's session, thinking about what the hell the Lord of Winterpipers would have done to us.
Yeah.
This Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition combat, can't say I'm terribly fond of it, but there is something that 4th edition does uniquely allow with all of these powers, and that it gives every class like a meaningful like flavor to it. Of like the power system.
It is playing it has made me want to go back and like redo some 13th Age at some point. Because that's sort of an iteration, or
very much is, yeah.
13th Age definitely is my favorite system.
To have the direct contrast,
Yeah, it still is my favorite system alongside Blades in the Dark, 13th Age. But I've got some, I don't know, appreciation for it for 4th edition. I don't dislike it. It's just a thing that I'm playing.
Yeah.
This is more about the story that I've never told before, which is what hooked me whenever Manikai asked me to this a year and a half ago. I was like, I've never told that story before. Sure, I'm in.
I had this thought to bring back the Age of Darkness setting with 13th Age.
But I mean, that wasn't your campaign world to begin with.
You're
supposed to plan that.
It wasn't. It could be though. Could become it.
You could have Griffin God role play that. He could stream it all over again.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Here we go.
Time loop.
I have actually roped Griffin God into role playing. I got him in a Blades in the Dark campaign.
Oh,
nice.
He's gonna like Blades, I think.
Yeah, we did the first session of that yesterday, and he was a big fan of that. He really flourished in that.
Yeah. I mean, Dirtle would be perfect in Blades in the Dark thing.
Yes. Oh, Dirtle.
Blades in the Dark is a fantastic system to me. I love it. It's great. I know Sheep is not a fan of it.
He just wants more options. That's the problem. He wants more options, damn it.
I'm not a fan of it because it highlights my occasional lack of creativity in dealing with problems. In 4th edition, 5th edition, all those games, I can, as a crutch, sort of look over the tools I have available on my character sheet. Whereas in Blades of the Dark, you can just do so much, and that gives me just like option paralysis.
Yeah, choice paralysis. I totally understand that. Like, what can you do? Anything you want. Well, what the fuck does that mean?
Not only can you do anything you want, you can have done everything you want.
Yeah.
Through the flashback system. Like that just boggles my mind.
To me, it's almost like a system of daring yourself to get into trouble that I like about it. Whenever I played it, I play characters who are not super smart at being safe, I guess, and get into these ridiculous situations that are sort of my own fault, right? And then somehow manage to get out of them in most cases, it seems. But I don't know. I like the stories it tells, though they're certainly generally smaller in scope than something like this. I mean, I guess then again, 4th edition is about. I don't really know a game that has a bigger scope in sort of range of campaign. But.
Level 1 to 30, then you put this in Faerun on top of that with all of its like lore and luggage, like its baggage that it carries with it.
It certainly is a toolbox, whereas Blades in the Dark is more like you're given a lump of clay. Sort of build a hammer.
Mm-hmm.
For a nail that isn't, you don't know if it's actually a nail. Yeah, but I don't know. It's also very fast-paced, which I enjoy.
Zale, I do believe the highlight for me, this Awake Cycle, has also been the relationships. Because the system doesn't do much for me. I'm left with like the stories that the characters themselves are telling. And while we are certainly down a character, we have just had more interdynamics between the three of us. I don't know where Valignith and Veristrix have stood over the course of this, but Emmy's had serious points of contention with both of their characters. From the Spellscar, for example, and that whole thing, to her seething frustration at Valignith carried over. which has suddenly come to an end.
And we'll see where that goes forward.
I do have an interest in the non-player characters too. It's just that we haven't accumulated any of late. We haven't Pokemon like stacked the more non-player characters to have and hold. If anything, we've lost some overall with all of the big fights we've been taking. Malignus like minions are thoroughly thrashed, for example.
They sure.
Fair.
It did
Well,
happen
not
in a
like
battle
characters,
where it was
but-
definitely very appropriate.
For NPCs to be relevant, they have to be relevant to dragons,
Yeah,
which most people just aren't. Like, there could be lots of interesting people in Worm's Hamlet. They just do not work at the scale that dragons work on.
even then, like Valignov definitely doesn't have any attachment to like his current minions. Like even like the named like lizard guy, he's like he doesn't like try to have like regular like conversations or a rapport with him. He's just a means to an end. Yeah.
That hasn't changed on screen yet, but it's certainly in the process of.
Okay.
Basically, I both as a player and Velignov, I don't even attempt to remember any of Velignov's NPCs' names until I think they are relevant to him, and so far very few have been.
Sure. I know after like the old lady and Elm, it just it muddied up a lot.
Yeah.
But you do have those satellite connections that you made with the meeting at the Dragonfane, which I definitely would like to see like come into play more. We might do that after the big sleep.
I expect so, yeah.
Veristrix had the old man who had like a memorable ending, and no one else except for Tuttle missed, who may not actually be his. I've made use quite a number. Amrath's still gone, but he might come back.
He might. He's dealing with Wemmix.
Druid. Damn Wemmix.
Yeah, they're outside the current sphere of interest for the dragons, but they're
Mm-hmm.
they're doing things over to the east.
Which is where the centaurs like migrated to get away from all the unnatural winter that happened around here.
Yeah, they have. Diane, the Centaur Lord here, was sort of a much more contact for Tulraxos than anyone else. It was their shared connection, and he doesn't have any ill will towards the party, but he doesn't. There's little overlap. I could say.
Yeah, we just don't operate in the same spheres. We don't have any interest.
His interests are thoroughly to the south, generally, where that business is going on. But after Tulraxos, now especially after you've sort of divorced yourself violently from Fey dealings, I don't see that really being a threat that's going to be talked on more. I don't think anyone's going to want to make deals with anybody, just from knowing where such things can go. And honestly, it's pretty fair.
I got complimented by a Fey Lord. Better just stop the rest of my life to go kill these dudes.
Yeah. Well, shit.
Good fairy court.
Well, it's like it's a place full of laws, but it's also utterly chaotic. So it's all laws that are arbitrary and nitpicky and have no codified meaning, and everything is subjective to the time it happens. It's a nightmare place.
Yeah, I thought it's been portrayed great. I just also find it maddeningly infuriating. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
But at this point, the party is not really. There's little to do with them anymore. We have a couple of Summer Fae, but they're not really important ones. They're just gonna do their thing.
They had some character layer, and damn it, they blinded the Lord of Winter Pipers for a combat round.
Yeah, they did.
I will remember that.
They did what they could to help.
All of them combined.
Making light shows. I mean, if you had assaulted them back when you first assaulted the hill, if you tried to kill them all, that would have been a very annoying fight, I think, because they do blind people a lot.
It's just one of those situations where the dragon looks and like, why do I care?
That is exactly the right thing to do. They certainly also go, no, we don't want to stay here in a little home.
It's like, what treasure do you have? Nothing. Okay.
Acorns, you know.
Like, I could eat you all, but that's not very filling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I think that's the way to survive, where it's just like the sort of thing where it's not like you can't be competition for the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
You just like you're an entirely separate sphere where the dragon looks at you and goes, "Yeah, okay." Work with that.
I mean, at some point, you'll just grow strong to the point where some of these people who have just not dealt with you can't deal with you
Mhm.
anymore. Like there's sort of that de facto, like the centaurs of these steppes right now. Like Diane here, if you were to be like, okay, Diane, now you pay us, or we'll kill all of you, right? He might resist and whatnot. Might bring into conflict with some more fairies, but overall, you're just more powerful at this point than he is, sort of as a creature, right? He has
Mhm.
more people on the steps and whatnot. You'd have to go there. It'd be annoying to do. But it's not like he could take you. It's just not a thing that would happen. So, at some point, the best thing you can do against these dragons is just to not have them want to deal with you. Just have decent relations and don't engage. They've tried to warn you about giants when they came. They've tried to just kind of be friendly, and then
Yeah, it's worked out great.
Yeah.
The rest of this Dragon Coast though might be screwed now, because now after all this time we finally kicked the shit out of every.
there's stuff going on. Yeah,
Yep.
Tessia and Westgate certainly have. Well, these Elver Salt might be close to screwed. The others have some connection to Cormyr, who's a great state. I don't think we've seen the last of Cormyr eventually, but at the moment, this would have more important stuff to deal with in the north.
Yeah.
Got a record player.
But their current sort of Cormyrian stance in these dragons is they burned down like a town. Oh, like at least there was a lot of agitation. They're not really sure if Elm counted because they were kind of kicked out before then, but it was like a day before. It's not a good look, at least.
Right.
But
No, we are great. Well, this is good. It's a good run.
Yeah.
This big sleep, and I'm excited about what's going to happen moving forward. The storytelling.
I'm excited about these layers.
Oh yeah. You and I are definitely going to have to be knocking heads for these encounters.
I mean, you've given me a lot already.
I have given you a lot already.
Something. If you have more, just feel free to add it, like to
Well,
what exactly you're thinking about various creatures and such. But beyond that, I'll just make something that works. Right?
I'll shoot you a few more details, only because the lair, if nothing else has changed today.
Mm-hmm. All right. Then I will save this server.
Save the server.
And I'm going to be stopping the stream here.
Yeah.
Also,
Goodbye.
I will
Fun
go have a
session.
long sleep.
a long sleep. One last question, Malachi. Are we going to increase in size category after this?
Not size category yet.
Okay.
There'll be
didn't
other
expect
things.
as much.
I haven't exactly decided on them yet, but
Gotcha.
I figure if Ophis Derelix wasn't like
no.
Bigger than
Most
us,
dragons are mostly large as well.
still going to be large and in charge. Maybe one day our eyes will develop dark vision. Shit.
Maybe
Look forward to that.
one day. Alright. Goodbye, stream.
Tiamat bless me with dark vision.
Goodbye,